The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Speaker's Room, Washington, D.C., March 25th, 2025. I hereby appoint the Honorable Mike Bost to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 3rd, 2025, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties. Each member other than the majority and minority leader and the minority whip are limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Oregon, Miss Bonamici. I got it, for 5 minutes.
Consent to address the House for up to 5 minutes.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to condemn, in the strongest terms possible, President Trump's executive order that threatens millions of students and local public schools through the dismantling of the Department of Education. This is an illegal and unconstitutional abuse of power straight out of the Project 2025 playbook. Congress created the department. Only Congress can dismantle it, something I will fight every step of the way. I want to note that Donald Trump and Elon Musk have likely never set foot in a public school, and they certainly do not understand what the Department of Education actually does and why it's important. But students and families and teachers in Oregon and across the country understand. In the past few weeks, several Oregon parents have told me they are terrified that their kids will lose access to vital educational services. One mom said she worries about sending her 2 kids with special needs to kindergarten next year if there are cuts to IDEA, the Individuals with Disabilities Act. Unlike Secretary McMahon, I actually know what IDEA stands for and what it means for students. I've been an education advocate for decades, and no one has ever said we need less money to meet the needs of students with disabilities. It's always a plea: fully fund IDEA. Another mom told me that her kids attend a Title I school, and they get enough to eat because of school breakfast and lunch programs. It's a fact. High poverty schools, about half the schools in the U.S., have greater educational needs. And that's why Title I dollars provide flexibility so districts can determine how to best meet the needs of their low-income students. Cutting that funding will widen rather than close the achievement gap. Nonsensically, Trump and Musk are rejoicing at the idea of returning power to states and local communities. Return what? States and local districts already have power over core functions of education, including curriculum, staffing, budgeting. In fact, it's against the law for the federal government to set curriculum. Donald Trump also makes a bogus argument that declining test scores justify abolishing the department. But test scores don't make the case for slashing federal investment in education. On the contrary, they show us where we need to direct resources and support to students, especially low-income students and students with disabilities. And unfortunately, we're losing an important research tool about what students do need because the Trump administration has taken a chainsaw to the National Center for Education Statistics. But we do know that more than 51,000 public schools serve concentrated populations of students from low-income families and receive Title I funds. And almost 7.5 million students with disabilities receive a free, appropriate public education because of IDEA. I encourage my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to speak with your local and state legislators and ask them if they have extra resources to fill these gaps. Also, the majority of federal funding through the Department of Education, it's to open doors of opportunity to higher education for students who choose to attend college but can't afford the cost. This includes Pell Grants, federal work study, and low-interest loans to those who qualify. I would not be where I am today without the federal aid I got to attend first community college, then law school. And importantly, the Department of Education is a civil rights agency. The Office for Civil Rights enforces federal laws prohibiting discrimination and harassment, investigating thousands of civil rights cases every year, primarily from students with disabilities. This work will be more difficult, if not impossible, with the Trump administration firing at least 240 employees in the Office of Civil Rights and closing more than half of its regional offices. Now, also, Donald Trump, he says he wants to shut down the department but keep its core functions. Get rid of the people with expertise and give the core functions to other agencies without the expertise or the staff to handle them. That's not government efficiency, it's absurdity. Last month, I introduced House Resolution 94 in defense of public schools and the Department of Education, and more than 85 of my colleagues have signed on. We will fight all efforts to defund and dismantle the important work the department does, and we won't back down. The consequences are clear. Closing the Department of Education will harm students, families, communities, and the economy. The majority of Americans support the Department of Education, and I know public school advocates will be working tirelessly to maintain the strong and vital federal investment in our system of public education. Donald Trump and Elon Musk might think this ill-conceived abuse of power will go unchecked. They are about to find out how wrong they are. Thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. Now, members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. Fischbach, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Dawson Boyd Blackjacks on defeating the defending champs to claim their first ever Title 1A championship. It has been 34 years since the Blackjacks have been to the state tournament, and their hard work paid off. With what felt like the entire town in Williams Arena, this game was a dream come true. Congratulations on your victory. You have made all of your families, your community, and the 7th District proud. Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate the Albany Huskers on their undefeated season, closing it out with a win over Waseca in the Class 2A championship last weekend. These players were unshakable, even when the score was tied up. They knew their mission and executed, and they've made their families and the Albany community and the entire 7th District proud. Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate the Alexandria Cardinals basketball team on defeating Mankato East for their first ever 3A boys championship title. The senior co-captains, Sam Hagstrom and Chase Thompson, were especially excited, saying, "It's been a fun ride, and we ended things with a bang and left our mark," after their big win. This is a closely bonded group of young men, and their teamwork certainly paid off. Congratulations on your win, and congratulations on making your families, your community, and the entire 7th District proud. Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate the West Central Area girls basketball team, the Knights, on their first ever state championship in any sport for their school. As the 4th seed in a season full of upsets, I know this was a hard-fought victory, and you should all be so proud of everything you've accomplished this year. You have certainly made your families, your community, and the entire 7th District proud. Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate Ron Mergen on 37 years of service to the city of Painesville, a beloved and respected member of the community. Unsurprisingly, last year he was voted the Boss of the Year. I know his co-workers are sad to see him go, but I also know he won't be a stranger. He has been named the Grand Marshal of this year's Painesville Town and Country Days Parade. Thank you so much for your service, Ron, and your service to the community. Congratulations on a well-earned retirement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair now recognizes a member from Delaware, Representative McBride, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Across the country, food banks are facing an urgent crisis, and Delaware is no exception. Millions of dollars worth of deliveries of vital food aid have been halted to food banks. In February alone, more than 50% of the food that the Food Bank of Delaware distributed came from the federal government. Now, with shipments frozen and no clarity on whether they will be restored, they are in uncharted territory. The Food Bank of Delaware is now uncertain whether they will receive 14 truckloads over the next 4 months. These halted deliveries represent over a quarter of the food expected to be received from the federal government for the rest of this fiscal year. Kathy Konefsky, the CEO of the Food Bank of Delaware, shared with me that this would be devastating. This is not an abstract issue. It is not a partisan issue. This is about families, working parents, seniors, veterans, children, people who rely on food banks to get through the month. 1 in 8 Delawareans face food insecurity, and the Food Bank of Delaware has been a lifeline for thousands of families. The truckloads in question represent over 600,000 meals that the food bank will not be able to put on the tables of Delawareans. Yes, the Food Bank of Delaware plays a frontline role in combating hunger, but they offer more than just food. They provide dignity, hope, and a sense of community. Food banks who are already stretched thin are now being asked to do even more with even less. The loss of federal support jeopardizes their ability to serve effectively, placing additional strain on state and local resources. At a time when grocery prices remain high and demand for assistance is great, the loss of these shipments could mean fewer meals for families in every corner of my state. Further cuts at the hands of the administration to the USDA's Local Food Purchasing Assistance Program only adds to this crisis. At the direction of this administration, the USDA axed 2 programs that give schools and food banks assistance to buy food from local farms and ranchers. In Delaware alone, this will amount to $2 million in cuts. Just last month, I stood on this floor to raise the alarm about $10 million in funding owed to Delaware farmers. Now I stand here again to raise the alarm about the Trump administration taking their chainsaw to another life-saving service that supports our farmers in feeding Delaware. All of this will result in fewer customers for Delaware's farmers and higher prices at the grocery store for Delaware's families. The Trump administration has broken their promise time and time again to the American people, ripping funding and literal food from the hands of my constituents. The USDA must restore these shipments and funding before the consequences become dire to families across Delaware. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the transformation happening in Seaford, Delaware, an investment in economic growth, opportunity, and the future of western Sussex County. Seaford is a small city rich in history. Just last week, I had the privilege of meeting with Seaford's leadership to discuss the city's progress and their vision for the future. Over the last decade, Seaford has transformed its small but vibrant downtown through Delaware's innovative Downtown Development District program, started by our former governor, Jack Markell. Through hard work and dedicated investment, Seaford's Main Street has gone from 90% vacancy to more than 90% occupancy. At the center of the next phase of Seaford's revitalization effort is the Nylon Capital Center, a project that will breathe new life into a space that was once a focal point of Seaford and will soon serve as a hub for education, healthcare, and commerce. With a $60 million investment, including $20 million in American Rescue Plan funds, the new Nylon Capital Center will expand access to education and workforce training with a new Deltec facility. It'll make healthcare more accessible with a new Tidal Health medical site. Small businesses will have new space to grow, and a co-working center, The Mill, will foster entrepreneurship. And critically, it will remain home to the beloved Sal's Italian restaurant. This is a model of public and private partnership coming together to create shared prosperity. With local, state, federal, and private investments, the future of Seaford is exactly what we should hope for in our small cities and towns across America. The leaders of Seaford, along with partners from across the state, are demonstrating what's possible when communities come together. I'm proud to stand with them in this effort, and I look forward to seeing Seaford become a symbol of progress and opportunities for generations to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Barrett, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate the East Lansing Trojans on an incredible achievement winning the state championship with a hard-fought 66-46 victory just a couple of weeks ago. And while the Michigan State Spartans are making a deep run in the tournament in the men's college basketball tournament this month, they only need to look no further than across town at the East Lansing boys basketball team to see another championship team in East Lansing. This championship is a result of countless hours of practice, years of hard work, and serves as a capstone to all of the time spent perfecting their craft, playing as a team, and working under the leadership of head coach Ray Mitchell. A sincere congratulations to each and every one of you. This is a wonderful achievement, and we're very proud of you. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Fowler Eagles girls basketball team who captured the state championship this past weekend with a commanding 53-29 victory. I was at the Breslin Center to watch the game with two of my daughters, Eleonora, who just finished her first season of basketball, and Gwen, who's excited to start playing next year. These young ladies on the basketball court really served as a great example for my own daughters and so many others across our state. What we saw was more than just great basketball. We saw poise, teamwork, and excellence, especially for young girls like my daughters who could watch that in action. To the Fowler Eagles, thank you for inspiring the next generation and making our community proud. And I will tell you, Gwen, my 7-year-old, wants each of your autographs, so I hope that we can catch up with you sometime for that. Congratulations on an incredible season. We're all so proud of you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Kennedy, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to President Trump and Elon Musk's attacks on the safety nets that countless Western New Yorkers and people across the country have earned and need. Hardworking Americans rely on the promise of a secure and dignified retirement. That promise is called Social Security, and it's a solemn promise we must keep. Yet from Elon Musk accessing private beneficiary data to Trump's hand-picked acting commissioner declaring living recipients to be deceased in order to claw back their benefits, Social Security is under fire. And starting next week, a new rule will create further barriers requiring in-person identity verification for those who are unable to register online. This will hurt the most vulnerable people in our community. People with disabilities, limited income, inadequate access to technology or transportation, and our seniors who rely on phone-based support. At the same time, the administration is planning to close offices around the country, making it even harder for people to access these services. These reckless actions are robbing the hardworking men and women that I represent in Western New York. It's a slap in the face to every American citizen who has spent decades paying into the system, and every widow, person with a disability, and child who lost a parent too soon, who deserves and needs the benefits that allows them to survive. Social Security is not a giveaway. It's a fully funded program by the people who rely on it, by the sweat and hard-earned wages of American workers. Without Social Security, nearly 22 million Americans, many of them seniors on a fixed income or people with disabilities, will be plunged into poverty overnight. In my district alone, over 167,000 people rely on Social Security benefits to pay their bills, put food on the table, and afford their prescriptions. It has allowed seniors to stay in their homes, help widows keep the lights on, and ensure that people who have worked their whole lives don't spend their final days scraping by. Despite the incredible progress we've made as a nation to keep people out of poverty, President Trump and Elon Musk are rolling back the clock in order to give tax cuts to billionaires and the ultra-rich. Elon Musk even called Social Security the biggest Ponzi scheme of all time. Perhaps he has this confused with his own plan to cut taxes for the richest among us, including himself, at the expense of everyone else. Congress must reject the administration's attempt to weaken Social Security. We need to fight tooth and nail against those who want to raise the retirement age, reduce benefits, or privatize this program for the benefit of corporations and the ultra-rich. Instead, we should be strengthening Social Security to protect this vital safety net and fighting for an America where working people get to retire with dignity. President Trump, leave your hands off Social Security. I rise today to honor a true American, World War II veteran Edgar Carl Wilkie, as he celebrates his 100th birthday. A resident of West Seneca, New York, Mr. Wilkie served our nation with courage in World War II, where he was wounded in battle defending the freedoms we hold dear. After enlisting from his hometown of Buffalo, he achieved the rank of Private First Class while serving in the 24th Infantry Division of the 21st Regiment. For his bravery and heroic conduct in the Pacific Theater, he was awarded the Bronze Star Medal. For wounds taken during the Battle of the Philippines, he received a Purple Heart Medal. Along with these two high honors, he's received numerous other awards, including the American Campaign Medal, the Asiatic Pacific Campaign Medal with 2 Bronze Service Stars, the World War II Victory Medal, the Combat Infantry Badge, and the Marksman Badge with Rifle Bar. Mr. Wilkie's sacrifice is a reminder that the liberties we enjoy today were secured by the bravery of patriots like him. We owe our veterans more than gratitude. We owe them our unwavering commitment to ensuring that they receive the care, benefits, respect, and recognition that they deserve. Mr. Wilkie, on behalf of the people of Western New York and a grateful nation, I wish you a very happy 100th birthday. Thank you for your service, and may your century of life continue to be an inspiration to us all. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Olszewski, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 and revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In November, the American people sent us all here to Congress with one clear mandate: to lower costs, to make life easier for working families, to ensure that no one in this country has to choose between putting food on the table and keeping the lights on. I came to this floor 49 days ago with a similar poster. Now here we are again, 81 days into this session of Congress, and I return with the exact same message. Nearly 3 months in, and what do we have to show for our work? Not one vote. Not one serious effort from Republican leadership of this House to tackle rising costs for struggling families. Nothing to lower grocery prices, bring down the cost of gas or prescription drugs, help parents afford childcare, or support seniors who are worried about their retirement. President Trump promised to lower costs on day one. He has now failed to deliver on his day one promise for 64 consecutive days. Making matters worse, costs are anything but lower. Instead, the reality is grocery prices are rising, inflation is up, and the stock market is unstable. In fact, rather than lowering costs, the Trump administration is actively promoting policies that are poised to drive up costs even higher. The Trump tariffs alone will increase costs for the average family by as much as $2,000 per year, simply to buy essentials like gas and groceries. God forbid your family need a new car or a home renovation in the near future. Making matters even worse, as prices go up, safety nets for our most vulnerable families are poised to be slashed under this reckless Republican budget. I voted no because it cuts hundreds of billions of dollars in funding for SNAP and Medicaid, which means children will go hungry, seniors will lose care, and people with disabilities will be left behind, period. And you don't have to take my word for it. The Congressional Budget Office issued a letter on March 5th where they reinforced that the math is conclusive. Major cuts are the only way to meet the requirements of the Republican House budget resolution. The American people are tired of the political theater. They're simply asking for solutions. But this administration and extreme Republicans have offered no real plans, no real solutions, just more empty promises with painful cuts and a whopping federal deficit increase looming on the horizon. That's why I've been tracking congressional inaction day after day after day on my social media, because families in Maryland and across the country cannot afford to waste any more time. So here we are on the House floor once again, calling on House leadership to bring real legislation to this floor that will start delivering results for our constituents. The good news is there's no shortage of legislative proposals that will help accomplish this. For example, I'm proud to have co-sponsored bills that will provide immediate relief by strengthening and modernizing the child and earned income tax credits, expanding paid leave, providing penalty-free retirement withdrawals, and giving Americans more financial flexibility in these tough times. These aren't partisan bills. These are common sense solutions. And yet, House leadership refuses to bring a single one forward for a vote. Mr. Speaker, I will not stop calling for action. Our families in Maryland and across the country demand it, and they deserve it. I will not stop until we do what we were sent here to do: lower costs and build a better future for every American. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the previous administration, the Biden administration, spent most of its years forcing extreme energy mandates onto everyday appliances, our gas stoves, our water heaters, dishwashers, air conditioners, you name it. These rules really aren't about efficiency, as the manufacturers have worked for decades to make them more efficient and meet already existing standards. No, it's more of a control situation. These drive up costs, they limit the choice for consumers and force everything onto an already overloaded power grid. Gas stoves, I know, are the preference for many people in their homes. Gas water heaters work well. It's a deal where government wants to take away the choices. Natural gas is indeed one of the most affordable, reliable energy sources we have. The previous administration was the enemy of that. Did everything it could to push it out of homes and businesses and the production of it on our open lands that have so much potential, especially in the western states. We've seen these attempts to regulate gas stoves out of existence, and earlier this month, we in the House voted to overturn one of those rules. Americans should be able to choose appliances that work best for them, not be forced into expensive, unreliable electrical alternatives that they may not be able to afford that government simply mandates. The push to electrify everything is reckless. In my home state of California, for example, they want to take away lawnmowers, leaf blowers, even, get this, generators. Now, when the power goes off, that means the power's off, the electricity's off. So what are you supposed to run a generator on if you need to, especially for a couple days, to keep your freezer going, things like that? It doesn't make any sense. The electrical grid is already struggling to keep up. These mandates pile even more demand onto it while shutting down traditionally energy sources that actually work. Where's the electricity going to come from? My home district in Northern California, they've torn out 4 hydroelectric dams, and they have their sights on many others. In Mendocino County, they are looking at what's called the Scott Dam, Lake Pillsbury, that generates some electricity, is also important for agriculture. It's a constant push to remove water storage. In California, we lost 1 nuclear power plant due to an incredible amount of regulations to keep it going. That's one in San Diego, San Onofre. And we're barely holding on to the one in San Luis Obispo, which represents 9% of the power grid. San Diego also represented 9% of the grid at that time. Has to be made up for with solar panels on windmills, which the solar one that they have in Ivanpah, they're going to decommission pretty soon because it's not working very well. So you force your way into this electricity grid need, and you find yourself that you're going to be running out, because at the same time they mandate this, they mandate taking away the generation. So we have rolling blackouts in California, skyrocketing energy prices, and warnings, get this, not to charge your state-mandated electric car because the grid can't handle it at certain hours. So our governor came out saying, well, we need to do this thing, and at the same time, they're warning people, better not plug your electric car in. As we know, wind and solar aren't enough to power the country. They're a tiny percentage of the overall pie. Wind power seems to work for a few years, and then they have to dispose of it, hauling the blades to some landfill in Utah because they don't have a way to recycle it well. So we need a reliable, balanced energy approach, and that includes natural gas, which is so abundant in this country with the miracle of hydraulic fracturing. We have much that we can develop here and also be a good exporter to Europe so they don't have to rely on the Russian bear to import through their pipeline. Isn't that something? Natural gas is affordable, efficient, keeps costs down for families, businesses, our economy. Instead of eliminating it, we should be using it to strengthen our grid and keep energy reliable and cost effective. The regulations previously are nothing more than government overreaches disguised as environmental policy. They don't make life better for working Americans, for our economy, for U.S. strength and readiness. They make it more expensive, less reliable, less efficient. It's time to roll these regulations back and put the power, literally back in the hands of the people. It's been shown these mandates do not make things better. They are less efficient. Let industry, let innovation catch up, even more so to make more efficient systems. Government can't do it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subramaniam, and for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the Osborne Park High School girls basketball team's historic state championship victory. The Yellow Jackets' swarming defense propelled them to a buzzing 27-3 season record and the first state championship in school history. Their championship win was a testament to the hard work, determination, and overcoming a little bit of adversity as well. In fact, just before the game, head coach Chrissy Kelly broke her pinky toe. The flu swept through the team, keeping them away from practice, and on the day of the championship, the team's bus accidentally traveled to the wrong arena. But the Yellow Jackets persevered, and their victory is not just a win for the team, but for our entire community. So congratulations to our state champions, the Osborne Park Yellow Jackets. Mr. Speaker, I'm excited for the future after having the honor of meeting some incredibly driven individuals at a local science fair. Every student who entered the science fair in Loudoun County was a winner, but 7 students from Loudoun County Public Schools who participated in this regional fair earned the opportunity to compete at the International Science and Engineering Fair in Columbus, Ohio. These students included Taha Rajwani, Sanjay Lakshmanan, and Matthew Lee from Independence High School, Yash Tripathi from Broad Run High School, Nija Shah and Nithya Vinod from John Champ High School, and Naitik Oza from Freedom High School. All the projects at the fair show that the sky's the limit for our students, and as they address some of the world's most pressing challenges. For example, one project conducted groundbreaking research on limiting the spread of esophageal cancer using advanced molecular techniques, and another developed a model to identify potential treatments for pancreatic cancer. All the young scientists and researchers who participated are paving the way for breakthroughs that could transform the world we live in for the better. Their dedication showcases the promise of the next generation in tackling complex problems with creativity and determination. So I commend the hard work of all the participants and wish them tremendous success, especially the ones who are moving on to the International Science and Engineering Fair. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and memory of Chandra Shekhar. He was a devoted husband, loving father, cherished friend whose presence filled every life he touched with warmth and love. Chandra built a beautiful life in Loudoun County with his wife, Vasanti Shekhar, and his kids, Ashwin and Santosh. They were his greatest joy and pride, and over Chandra's prestigious 30-year career, he rose from software engineer to leading cloud architect at Amazon and Microsoft. His family said that Chandra's kindness was boundless, his spirit radiant. He had an extraordinary ability to make everyone feel seen, loved, and strong, whether through his smile or his endless compassion. His memory will leave a lasting impact on all who had the honor of knowing him. May he rest in peace. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Jekyll Island, Georgia, for being home to two of the South's best beach bars as highlighted by Southern Living. These beloved spots showcase Georgia's coastal charm, creating unforgettable experiences. The wharf is located on the historic Jekyll Pier with breathtaking marsh views. This institution offers a relaxed, open-air setting welcoming everyone who enters. Known for serving fresh, low-country seafood, classic burgers, and craft cocktails, this bar is a go-to for locals. Tortuga Jack's is also recognized for being the only oceanfront tiki-style restaurant on the Georgia coastline. It brings a true island feeling to Jekyll with a laid-back, pet-friendly atmosphere. It specializes in Baja, Mexican-style cuisine, and often hosts live music. These establishments highlight the essence of Jekyll Island: great food, lively entertainment, and a true coastal experience. I encourage everyone to stop by and enjoy what Jekyll Island has to offer. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the legacy of Lydia Thompson, a passionate conservationist, avid birder, and well-known artist, affectionately known as the Bird Lady. Ms. Thompson was a passionate advocate for avian conservation, having traveled all 50 states in pursuit of her love for birding. She was also active in the Georgia Audubon Society, Georgia Shorebird Alliance, and the Georgia Coastal Artists Guild. Ms. Thompson was dedicated to protecting shorebirds on both St. Simons and Jekyll Island. She founded Operation Plower Patrol to recruit, educate, train, and manage volunteers to monitor shorebirds in their nesting habitat. In honor of Mrs. Thompson, the Jekyll Island community installed 2 new spotting scopes behind the Jekyll Island Welcome Center. Thanks to these new installments, Ms. Thompson's mission of appreciation, conservation, and education will continue to be part of the coastal salt marsh landscape she so dearly loved. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Port of Brunswick as the busiest port in the nation for heavy equipment and auto shipments. 2024 was a record year for the Port of Brunswick, handling more than 2 million tons of cargo, 600,000 tons of exports, and about 900,000 individual roll-on, roll-off units of autos and heavy equipment. New infrastructure and strengthened partnerships contributed to the port's significant growth in many areas, including the upgraded storage capacity that allowed for a 106% increase in heavy equipment shipping. Georgia's ports promise auto manufacturers world-class service and long-term gains for their business. In addition to the growth already recorded, the Port of Brunswick is continuing to make improvements to keep up with the rise in manufacturing and growing population, including an upgraded shipping channel to prepare Brunswick to handle larger vessels. Georgia's 1st District is proud to be the home of the nation's busiest port for heavy equipment and auto shipments, and I look forward to the continued excellence of the Port of Brunswick. Mr. Speaker, in honor of Women's History Month, I rise today to recognize Bryn Grant, who recently was named USA Today's Woman of the Year for Georgia. As a child, Bryn watched her father being sworn into a state-appointed position by the late President Jimmy Carter, who was then governor of Georgia. Bryn's career spans more than 2 decades at the Savannah Economic Development Authority, where she rose to the position of Chief Operating Officer and Vice President of the World Trade Center in Savannah. She also served as president and CEO of the United Way of the Coastal Empire, guiding the organization through the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic. As the Chief Executive Officer of the Liberty County Development Authority, Bryn highlights the link between social and economic issues, advocating for historic community development. Bryn advocates for collaborative services, embodying the belief that real progress is achieved only when everyone benefits. Bryn Grant's unwavering dedication and visionary leadership have deeply influenced the coastal Georgia community, establishing a standard of excellence and compassion. Congratulations, Bryn. We are so proud of you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Yields back. The chair now recognizes a gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Larson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker Bost. An honor to be here. This morning I rise to talk about the nation's #1 anti-poverty program for the elderly, and the #1 anti-poverty program for children, Social Security. Mr. Speaker, I know it comes as no surprise to you that Social Security has not been enhanced since 1971. Richard Nixon was President of the United States then. Congress has done nothing to improve the situation of so many people who desperately need it. There are more than 70 million Social Security recipients in the United States. 10,000 baby boomers a day become eligible for Social Security. And yet here we have Elon Musk setting about to dismantle the Social Security Administration, cutting regional offices. And whether it's Illinois or Connecticut, we need these regional offices, cutting off the phone services, getting rid of the inspector generals, doing so to the program that is most effectively administered in the federal government, providing insurance for more than 70 million people with administrative costs that are under 1%. No other agency does that, public or private. And it delivers and has never missed a payment, not a pension payment, not a disability payment, not a spousal, not a dependent child payment at all. In fact, Mr. Speaker, in your district, you have approximately 180,000 Social Security recipients. 130,000 plus are retirees. 21,000 plus are disabled. 11,800 widows, 4,500 spouses, over 10,000 children who rely on Social Security. And here, Mr. Musk is out to dismantle and privatize. Now, the American people may have been born at night, some of them, but not last night, with respect to what Mr. Musk and Mr. Trump are up to. On one hand, saying we're not going to touch Social Security, in the next breath, whether it's Larry Kudlow or CNN saying, no, we have to privatize these systems because that's where we're going to find the $2 trillion that Mr. Trump has asked us to find. What a coincidence that in the Social Security Trust Fund, the trust fund that more than 180,000 people in your district have paid into, that is $2.7 trillion and has never missed a payment, but hasn't been expanded since 1971. Do you think those 10,000 baby boomers a day are going to want to be calling your office, my office, every member of Congress's office? You bet they are, and they should, because Congress has done nothing. And in the face of this, Mr. Trump is now trying to privatize Social Security, first by gutting it from the inside and not providing the services to the public that it desperately needs, and then indicating, oh, well, this system doesn't work, so I guess we're going to have to grab that $2.7 trillion and privatize that. That'd be a great benefit for the private sector that would not help out the day-to-day workforce that relies on it and needs it and is depending on you, Mr. Speaker, and me, and all the members of this body. You owe it to your constituents to look them in the eye and tell them what your plan is. We have a plan to expand Social Security. You imagine there are over 5 million Americans, most women, who get below poverty level checks from the wealthiest state in the nation, having paid in with the guarantee and trust from their government that they would have a pension they could retire on. Instead, They get below poverty level checks because of Congress's inaction. Rise up, America.
The gentleman's
Contact
time
the
has
members of
expired.
Congress.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, please join me in recognizing the Salvation Army of Harrisonburg and Rockingham County. For over 100 years, they've remained dedicated to sharing the gospel of Jesus Christ while providing care and support to all those in need. Just 60 years after the founding of the international movement known as the Salvation Army, the Salvation Army of Harrisonburg and Rockingham County was established on June 27, 1925. Since its founding, the Salvation Army of Harrisonburg and Rockingham County has partnered with the local community to efficiently and effectively assist individuals and families facing poverty. It's made a positive difference in countless lives, offering a helping hand to those caught in difficult circumstances. Today, the organization is faithfully led by Lieutenants Douglas and Sharon Ingold, who continue the mission of serving others with compassion and integrity. Salvation Army of Harrisonburg and Rockingham County holds its iconic Red Kettle campaign every year to raise funds for the organization's programs that benefit the local area. The organization remains steadfast in its commitment to offering programs and services to all those in need without discrimination. Congratulations again to the Salvation Army of Harrisonburg and Rockingham County on doing the most good for 100 years. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Roanoke Valley Christian Schools Eagles varsity boys basketball team for winning the 2025 VACA State Championship, securing back-to-back titles and etching their names into school history. After graduating 8 seniors last year, expectations were tempered, but led by returning seniors Logan Gutierrez, Luke Summers, Matthew Cummings, Christian Crosby, Ethan Cummings, and Caden Wayne, along with new senior Colton Bowman, the Eagles rose to the challenge with grit and unity. Logan and Luke each reached the 1,000-point milestone, while underclassmen like Jacob and Zach Mayoda-Shakey, Landon Gutierrez, Jack Rakes, and Dallas Riles played vital roles in the team's depth and success. 8th grader Braden Hawley rounded out the squad and made his mark as well. With coach Josiah Summers at the helm and a foundation built on relentless defense and selfless play, the Eagles swept the Southwest District, South Region, and state titles. Mr. Speaker, this team showed the heart of champions. Congratulations to the RVCS Eagles. Eagles soar. Mr. Speaker, House Republicans are delivering on the mandate the American people gave us last November. We passed a responsible budget resolution, and now we're moving forward with a strong reconciliation package that reflects President Trump's America First agenda. The bill secures our southern border, keeps taxes low for working families and small businesses, strengthens our economy, protects Social Security, restores American energy leadership, supports our men and women in uniform, and brings much-needed accountability to Washington. We've taken the lead in the House. Now it's time for the Senate to do the same. When they return to Washington, the senators should take up the House resolution, move the bill forward, and send it to the President's desk. The American people expect results. They want a government that works for them, not against them. And with this legislation, we have the chance to make real, lasting change for the American people. Let's get it done. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magaziner, for 5 minutes.
I ask permission to address the House and revise this time my remarks.
Gentleman, without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to introduce the No Invading Allies Act, a bill to prevent President Trump from invading Canada, Greenland, or Panama without a vote of Congress. It is crazy that we even have to have this conversation. These places, these nations, are our allies. They pose no threat to the United States. And after thousands of brave American soldiers fought in Iraq and Afghanistan, many losing their lives, their limbs, and their loved ones, the last thing the American people want is to send our troops to any new wars, especially against countries that pose no threat to our own. But now President Trump will not stop talking about taking over Canada, Greenland, and Panama. He is obsessed. Listen to me when I tell you that he is not joking. When he says he wants to take over Canada, Greenland, and Panama, he means it. He even said that we will, quote, expand our territory in his inaugural speech. When is the last time you heard a president say something like that? But the American people do not want to take over other countries. Nobody voted in the election to take over Canada or Greenland. The president never talked about that during his campaign. No one was thinking about taking over Canada when they went to vote last November. No, the American people want lower cost, safe streets, and peace. The last thing Americans want is unnecessary war. But we cannot trust Donald Trump to keep us out of one. That is why I am introducing a new bill, the No Invading Allies Act, to prevent the president from sending the armed forces to invade Canada, Panama, or Greenland without a vote of Congress. Now listen, our country's founders feared the possibility of a president engaging in unnecessary wars. In Article 1 of the Constitution, the founders gave Congress, not the president, the power to declare war. Congress later passed the War Powers Resolution of 1973, which allows presidents to engage in military action for up to 60 days without a vote of Congress. But Donald Trump's reckless threats to take over peaceful nations means that he cannot be trusted with this unchecked power. So Congress must reassert our role under the Constitution by passing this bill. With this bill, we send a message to our allies and adversaries alike that the United States does not support the illegal seizure of sovereign territory. And most importantly, we say to American troops and their families that you will not be sent into more unnecessary wars, not on our watch. I urge my colleagues, whether you believe the president is serious about wanting to take over other countries or not, whether you take him at his word or not, whether you think he might involve us in unnecessary wars of conflict or not, let's not leave it up to chance. The decision of whether to make war is perhaps the most important responsibility Congress has under the Constitution. Let's not surrender our responsibility to a president who speaks so casually about taking over other nations. Our men and women in uniform deserve better than that, and our country deserves better than that. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? God of all creation, we lift up our eyes to the hills, from whence our help does indeed come. You, O Lord, maker of heaven and earth, who directs the stars in the sky and orders the change of the seasons, call us to behold with eyes of faith that winter is over. As flowers appear on the earth, let us sing for joy in the mastery of your design, for you make all things new. Make a way in the desert of despair, through the wilderness of worry. Bring forth streams of living water in the wastelands of unease. Quench the barrenness of our souls with the hope of your salvation. Then enable us to set aside the former things that hold us to our past. Open our eyes to perceive the new things you are doing in our lives, even as you cause the beginning of life springing up around us. It is in your eternal name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceeding and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Ross. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For decades, Washington has poured trillions of dollars into the education system of America with actually very little to show for it. Since the Department of Education was created by Jimmy Carter in 1979, it spent over $3 trillion, yet student achievement hasn't actually improved. It's only gone down in that time. After federal taxpayers spent another $200 billion on education during COVID, the COVID era, all we have to show for it is math and reading scores that are the lowest levels in decades. Per pupil spending has skyrocketed by 245% since the 1970s. Proving more money doesn't always achieve better results. The federal government has only added red tape, forcing schools to waste time and resources on compliance instead of teaching. I'm married to a teacher at the time, is frustrated by additional requirements that are coming down on trying to do her job. So the Biden administration alone added nearly $3.9 billion in regulatory costs and millions of hours in paperwork and funneled over $1 billion into grants pushing radical ideologies instead of core academics. President Trump's executive order directing the closure of the Department of Education returns control over education to the states, parents, and local leaders. Instead of Washington bureaucrats trying to dictate how kids learn, we should have those decisions be made locally. This shift will cut waste and eliminate overreach. I go back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I am deeply concerned about the Trump administration's act to fire more than 1,000 EPA scientific researchers who have dedicated their careers to protecting the American people. I represent part of the Research Triangle Park, home to the largest EPA facility in the nation, where researchers and scientists are solving some of our most complex environmental problems. In North Carolina, these committed public servants are working to combat PFAS, address our air quality issues, and they were on the front lines of helping our citizens during Hurricane Helene. The Trump administration is attacking federal research offices because they expose disastrous policies and hold polluters accountable. Eliminating the Office of Research and Development not only violates the law, it puts our people, our public, our health, and the environment in danger. I will fight this dangerous plan to fire federal workers and silence scientists with everything I have. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
For 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise today to honor the life of my dear friend and former colleague, Mia Love. On Sunday, after a courageous battle with glioblastoma, Mia passed away peacefully, surrounded by her loved ones. She was a woman of faith, a patriot, extraordinary leader, and a fighter who inspired many to great things. Under the care of the exceptional doctors at Duke University, Mia fought alongside my wife, Patty. I never am forever grateful for her enduring friendship and support throughout this journey. I also want to extend my deepest thanks to the caregivers, healthcare professionals, researchers, and advocates whose tireless work brings us closer to a future without glioblastoma. Mia's legacy of strength, resilience, and unwavering dedication to others will never be forgotten, and certainly not forgotten by the Williams family. My prayers are with her family as we continue to fight and find a cure for this deadly disease. In God we trust. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, last month Republicans passed a budget that enables massive cuts that are going to kick people off of food assistance. Children, seniors, disabled veterans, workers, people who all rely on SNAP, the Supplemental Assistance Nutrition Program, to help purchase food when times get tough. Republicans want to rip it away to take food off the table from hungry Americans. This is a program that's there for all of us. If you lose your job, if your hours get cut, if you become disabled or have trouble paying bills, you can turn to SNAP to help make ends meet. Republicans don't want to talk about how their cuts are going to hurt people. They haven't held one hearing or briefing on the program. So Democrats went around them. We're holding a hearing today at 3 p.m. to talk about their plan to steal people's food assistance so they can give tax breaks to billionaires. We will continue to expose their corruption as we work to end hunger now. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the distinguished gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am grateful for the leadership of Governor Henry McMaster, Commerce Secretary Harry Lightsey, and Ports President Barbara Melvin, who recently announced that exports from the Palmetto State have reached $38 billion, creating jobs. The trade policies of President Donald Trump are succeeding with the announcement I heard yesterday at the White House during the Greek Independence Day program with Ambassador Ekaterini Nasika, who proposed that by the President that there's been $3 trillion of investment already fulfilling the reconciliation priorities. South Carolina is #1 in America for export of vehicles, #1 in the manufacture and export of tires, with Michelin of France, Bridgestone of Japan, Continental of Germany, and GT of Singapore. I appreciate being the co-chair of the Tire Caucus. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Open borders for dictators puts all Americans at risk of more 9/11 attacks imminent, as warned by the FBI. Trump is reinstituting existing laws to protect American families with peace through strength. America extends its deepest sympathy and appreciation to courageous Congresswoman Mia Love. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate the Rochester Community Players Theater Group on their 100th season. As the second oldest continually operating community theater in the state of New York and a part of the Little Theater movement in America, their rich history dates back to 1925 with their opening performance at the historic German House in Rochester, New York. Today, the group performs throughout our city, providing opportunities for local professionals to share their talent on the stage and behind the scenes. We are blessed to have a vibrant and ever-growing artistic community in Rochester, and the Rochester Community Players have been at the helm for an entire century, a remarkable accomplishment. I congratulate President Michael Kirkmeyer and Vice President Elaine Sauer on this momentous occasion and look forward to their continued work to uplift our local talent and provide high-quality entertainment for years to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to remember the life of Paul Jackson from Victoria, Virginia. On March 15th, Paul's life was tragically cut short while doing what he loved, flying his helicopter. Last year, Paul was asked to help with Hurricane Helene relief in North Carolina. Over the next 10 days, he flew critical supplies to North Carolina on his own dime. Paul was President Trump's #1 fan. He was a personal friend to me, and he made anyone he met want to be a better person. His daughter, Raven, described him as a true patriot and a man who loved our country. Paul is survived by his wife, Christy, his son, Christopher, his daughter, Raven, his 5 children, his brother, Nelson, and many, many friends. I hope everyone hearing this will strive to help others just like Paul. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purposes does the gentlelady from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I stand here today to honor the life and the legacy of my friend and colleague, Congressman Raul Grijalva. Raul was more than a public servant. He was a force for justice, a relentless champion for working families, for our environment, for indigenous communities. He led with passion, conviction, and an unwavering belief that government should serve the people. As chair of the House Natural Resources Committee, Raul never backed down from a fight. I had the privilege of serving on the committee under his leadership when I first came to Congress, and I learned so much from his example. His commitment to environmental justice wasn't just words, it was action. Together, we worked to pass legislation on climate justice grants, on urban parks, on ensuring that our most vulnerable communities weren't left behind. His mentorship, his wisdom, his kindness, I will carry with me always. Raul made a difference in Congress, in his community, and in the lives of so many. And while we feel his loss deeply, we also feel the responsibility to continue the fight, his fight. My heart is with his family, his loved ones, and all who were fortunate enough to know him. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Ironton Fighting Tigers for winning their first football state championship in 35 years. With an incredibly strong work ethic and a commitment to excellence, the Ironton High School football team spent all season training and working together with one goal in mind, the state title. In the championship game, senior Sean Terry led his team to victory with 300 all-purpose yards, including 148 receiving yards and 3 touchdowns. This championship win is evidence of a season full of hard work, dedication, and commitment to excellence. Since the school's last title in 1989, the Ironton Fighting Tigers have appeared in 6 state title games in pursuit of a win, which made bringing home this year's trophy even sweeter. Head coach Trevon Pendleton and his staff poured their knowledge and experience into the eager players all season long, guiding them and pushing them towards excellence on and off the field. I'd also like to recognize each parent who supported their players and encourage them to work hard. And I'd like to congratulate each player for your hard-earned victory and new state title. Congratulations, and go Fighting Tigers. Thank you, Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Signal Gate is real. Protecting the details of ongoing military operations is a critical and basic requirement to ensure our national security and the safety of our military personnel. I know this from my 25 years in the Army and from my work on the National Security Council. I joined my colleague, Congressman Pat Ryan, in calling for an immediate congressional investigation of Signalgate. If the messages aren't classified and contain no sensitive war plans, as the administration claims, they should be released immediately. I'm calling for the full conversation to be shared with Congress so that we can fulfill our oversight role and verify the administration's accounting of events. If the administration truly believes no lines were crossed, no war plans discussed, and no classified information shared, then they should release the messages and let members of Congress and the American people see for themselves, as the President has done in the past, and defend those actions publicly. The American people deserve transparency and competence. We must verify that no laws were broken and ensure our national security isn't being used as a shield to avoid accountability. American lives are at stake.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from North Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recognize Cadet Lieutenant Colonel Mikhail Karnak, who was named as a recipient of the General Ira C. Eaker Award. This award is the second most prestigious honor in the Civil Air Patrol Cadet Program. Fewer than 1% of cadets are selected to receive it. Mr. Speaker, I have great respect for those in the Civil Air Patrol. Their selfless commitment to duty and country deserves the highest praise from their elected leaders. Congratulations on this special accomplishment, Mikhail. You've earned it. I'm very much looking forward to hearing more about your progress and accomplishments in the coming months and years. May God continue to bless you and your family. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I rise today in support of our federal judiciary and the judges who work tirelessly to uphold and defend our democracy. The hypocrisy that we are seeing unfold among our colleagues across the aisle and in this administration is deeply concerning. The separation of powers is the cornerstone of our democracy. Each and every day, federal judges work as a check on the powers of both the legislative and executive branches, regardless of who is in charge. This is a good thing and something each and every one of us should be working to protect. Instead, our colleagues across the aisle are seeking to impeach federal judges, calling for unprecedented changes to our judicial system and tenets of our Constitution. How much more hypocritical can they be? The Biden administration faced 133 multi-state lawsuits from Republican AGs. Texas Attorney General Paxton alone filed over 100 lawsuits against the Biden administration. But now Republicans are seeking to undermine and attack the same judiciary they used to take the Biden administration to court. And not just that, but they are personally attacking judges whose decisions they disagree with. I urge everyone to stand against this reckless attack on our judiciary. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the 46th anniversary of C-SPAN's coverage of the U.S. House of Representatives, a milestone in government transparency. For nearly 5 decades, since March of 1979, C-SPAN has provided the American people with unfiltered gavel-to-gavel coverage of the debates and the decisions that shape our nation. It is a service that strengthens our democracy and fosters accountability. This incredible resource exists thanks to the commitment of America's cable and satellite providers who voluntarily fund C-SPAN as a nonprofit service. But let's be clear, millions of Americans are being denied access to this vital coverage because major TV streaming platforms like YouTube TV and Hulu Plus Live TV refuse to carry C-SPAN. At a time when trust in government is more important than ever, no company should be standing in the way of public access to democracy and the inner workings of our constitutional republic. I urge YouTube TV and Hulu Plus Live TV and all streaming providers to do the right thing. Carry C-SPAN. Give their customers the same access to government that cable and satellite viewers have. The American people deserve nothing less. With that, thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. Pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, the clerk received the following message from the Secretary of the Senate on March 25, 2025 at 11:10 a.m. Appointment, Congressional Award Board. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Clerk.
The chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to Section 1 of the Library of Congress Trust Fund Board Act 2 U.S.C. 154 and the order of the House of January 3, 2025 of the following individual on the part of the House to the Library of Congress Trust Fund Board for a 5-year term.
Mr. Stephen L. Swig of San Francisco, California.
The chair announces the speaker's appointment pursuant to Section 206 of the Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention Act, 34 U.S.C. 11116, and the order of the House of January 3, 2025 of the following individual on the part of the House to the Coordinating Council on Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention for a 2-year term.
Mr. Julian Whittington of Benton, Louisiana.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By the direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 242 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 12, House Resolution 242. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 24, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Department of Energy relating to Energy Conservation Program, Energy Conservation Standards for walk-in coolers and walk-in freezers. All points of order against consideration of the joint resolution are waived. The joint resolution shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the joint resolution are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the joint resolution and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 2, upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 75, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy, Department of Energy relating to Energy Conservation Program, Energy Conservation Standards for commercial refrigerators, freezers, and refrigerator freezers. All points of order against consideration of the joint resolution are waived. The joint resolution shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the joint resolution are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the joint resolution and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 3, at any time after adoption of this resolution, the Speaker may, pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 18, declare the House resolved into the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of the bill, H.R. 1048, to amend the Higher Education Act of 1965 to strengthen disclosure requirements relating to foreign gifts and contracts, to prohibit contracts between institutions of higher education and certain foreign entities and countries of concern, and for other purposes. The first reading of the bill shall be dispensed with. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and Workforce or their respective designees. After general debate, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Education and Workforce now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 119-1 shall be considered as adopted in the House and in the Committee of the Whole. The bill as amended shall be considered as the original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question in the House or in the Committee of the Whole. All points of order against such further amendments are waived. At the conclusion of consideration of the bill for amendment, the committee shall rise and report the bill as amended to the House with such further amendments as may have been adopted. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one motion to recommit.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Colorado, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, last night the Rules Committee met and produced a rule, H-Res 242, providing for the House's consideration of several pieces of legislation, H.R. 1048, H.J.Res 24, and H.J.Res 75. The rule provides for consideration of H.J.Res 24 and H.J.Res 75 under closed rules. The rule provides each with 1 hour debate, equally divided and controlled by the chairman and ranking member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their designees. Additionally, the rule provides each a motion to recommit. Additionally, the rule provides for consideration of H.R. 1048 under a structured rule. The rule provides 1 hour debate, equally divided and controlled by the chairman and ranking member of the Committee on Education and Workforce or their designees. The rule also provides for 1 motion to recommit. The rule before us today provides Congress with another opportunity to take a stand for consumer choice in America and take a stand against our nation's foreign adversaries who continue to infiltrate colleges and universities across the nation. The DETERRENT Act, one of the bills considered under this rule, offers a necessary injection of transparency, accountability, and clarity to foreign gift reporting requirements for colleges and universities. It offers legislative prescriptions that are long overdue. Under current law, Section 117 of the Higher Education Act, colleges and universities must adhere to reporting requirements related to foreign donations. However, many fail to do so because of how weak the current law actually is. A 2019 Senate report found that up to 70% of colleges and universities fail to comply with reporting requirements outlined in Section 117 of the Higher Education Act. You heard that right. Up to 70% of colleges and universities fail to comply. The DETERRENT Act updates Section 117 to provide the very clarity and guidance that colleges and universities need to ensure they properly disclose foreign sources of funding and remain in compliance. It also adds a set of razor-sharp teeth to current law to hold colleges and universities accountable for failing to comply with Section 117. Again, the DETERRENT Act offers legislative prescriptions that are long overdue. The other 2 pieces of legislation under consideration via today's rule are 2 separate Congressional Review Act resolutions, H.J.Res 25 and H.J.Res 75. These 2 CRAs will strike down separate rules from the Department of Energy that were finalized under the Biden administration. H.J.Res 24 overturns a wrong-headed midnight rule from the Department of Energy relating to conservation standards for walk-in coolers and walk-in freezers. The Department of Energy issued this final rule a mere 2 days before Christmas last year, yet another gift from the Biden administration that nobody asked for. This midnight rule piles on additional costs to the shoulders of Main Street businesses, while at the very same time takes a hatchet to consumer choice. H.J.Res 75 will overturn yet another wrong-headed rule from the Department of Energy related to conservation standards for commercial refrigerators, freezers, and refrigerator freezers. Like the previous rule from the Department of Energy that was just discussed, this rule is yet another example of the regulatory barrage that the Biden administration launched against Main Street as well as consumers. Thankfully, the regulatory warfare of the past 4 years is over. Republicans are back in charge. Mr. Speaker, regulating this country into the ground benefits absolutely no one. It does not benefit Americans and their families. It does not benefit free enterprise and entrepreneurs. It does not benefit small businesses. Nobody wins when the federal government goes hog wild with regulations. These two CRAs that the House will consider under this rule will help us break out the shovels and bury the Department of Energy's rules in the grave. They won't be missed. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentlelady from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Chairwoman Fox, for the customary 30 minutes. I ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks and yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today, yet again, to expose to the American public the misplaced priorities of the House Republican Conference and the Republican majority here in the House of Representatives. As you know, Mr. Speaker, the Republican majority gavelled us out of session 11 days ago. Here we are, back in Washington, D.C., and of course, for us, it feels a lot like Groundhog Day, because notwithstanding all of the economic turmoil, the conflicts across the globe, the various ways in which this administration is making life harder for the people of Colorado, for folks across our country, notwithstanding all of the challenges that our country is grappling with, House Republicans have decided to spend this week debating what? 3 bills: walk-in freezers, commercial refrigerators, and giving new responsibilities to a department, the Department of Education, that they are seeking to dismantle, that they want to abolish. That's what we're debating here today, Mr. Speaker. It is important. I listened to every word of the chairwoman's address, outlining every component of the bills that we're considering. But for folks who are watching, for those who have graced us with their presence in the gallery, please understand, 3 bills: one regulating commercial refrigerators, another regulating walk-in refrigerators, and the third, a bill to give an agency new responsibilities that they are seeking to destroy. That's it. That's what we're debating this week in Washington, D.C. So if folks in the gallery stay here through the week, that's what you will hear. You will hear a debate today, you'll hear a debate tomorrow, you'll hear a debate on Thursday on those 3 bills. I suspect that the folks who are watching this debate, Mr. Speaker, would agree with me that there are better things for us to spend our time on here in Washington, D.C. than debating walk-in refrigerators. Seriously? I don't know. Maybe, Madam Chairwoman, it's really important to the people of North Carolina. You may have a lot of constituents who have walk-in refrigerators. I don't know. But for me, I can tell you, I just spent a week in Colorado, in the rural communities that I represent, hosting town halls, visiting with folks in my community, constituents, ranchers, farmers, teachers, working families, packed town halls. And at those town halls, you know the one subject that no one brought up? Commercial refrigerators. It never came up. No constituent of mine approached me at a town hall that we held 3 days ago with over 1,000 people in my community. No one at that town hall said, "Congressman, can you please go back to Washington and pass legislation on commercial refrigerators? It's really important." Nobody said that. They were really concerned about the Republicans' plan to gut Medicaid. They're pretty concerned about the Republican plans to dismantle Social Security offices across the country. They're deeply concerned about reports that this administration is going to end phone line customer service for senior citizens who are relying on Social Security. They're pretty concerned about a Secretary of Defense who apparently is sending out war plans on unencrypted messaging apps, putting our national security at risk. Those are the topics that my constituents care about. Commercial refrigerators is not one of them. And you can tell the frustration, I suppose, Mr. Speaker, in my voice. It is the frustration born from having to come to the floor every week and debate appliances. Can the Republicans just put all of the appliance bills on, in for consideration 1 week, and we'll just do them all, and then we can be done with it, and we can move on to having a debate about defending Medicaid, defending health care for the millions of Americans who rely on it? Is that too much to ask? I just would beg of the chairwoman. I understand this is an important priority to her. It's important to the Republican caucus. We get it. You all are obsessed with appliance regulation. Okay, after this week, can we please just be done with these appliance resolutions and get back to debating the issues that the American people expect us to debate? With that, Mr. Speaker, I will reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Colorado reserves. The chair reminds members that the rules do not allow references to persons in the gallery. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from North Carolina.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I spent time last week in my district, too, talking to people. I spend time every weekend talking to the people in my district. And you know what they complain about the most? Unnecessary rules and regulations. I met today with folks from the home building industry. They can document that 25% of the rules related to home building are unnecessary and drive up the cost of doing business for homes. And we need new homes everywhere. My colleagues are they're trying to make it look like what we're doing is frivolous. Mr. Speaker, this is far from frivolous. We in the Congress are taking back our authority from unnamed, unaccountable bureaucrats who, in the dark of night, write unnecessary rules and regulations that burden the American people and drive up the cost of business and drive up the cost of products. It's important for us to take further discussion on this critical Congressional Review Act that we are operating under. The Congressional Review Act agenda as a whole is important. My Democrat colleagues are falling into a repeated trap of copying and pasting comments these days. It's true of remarks for rule debate as well. Every week they come before this body to complain that we're undoing this or that regulation and that our collective time could be better spent elsewhere. Well, Republicans beg to differ. The Congressional Review Act provides the American people the greatest possible say over the endless tide of regulations that always stem from Democrat administrations. And it's one of the greatest keepers of Congress's Article I authority. It's also upsetting in many ways that the Democrats complain we're doing these individual rules when they oppose the Midnight Rules Review Act, where we could have taken care of these all in one fell swoop. Let's not forget, it was a Democrat, President Clinton, who signed the Congressional Review Act into law on a bipartisan basis. But our colleagues have obviously fallen far from those past overtures of consensus and common sense. Republicans and President Trump are constantly emphasizing common sense, which is not very common from the other side of the aisle. Many members of Congress provide lip service to excessive rule and regulations, but the Congressional Review Act provides Congress the ability to put our money where our mouth is. The Competitive Enterprise Institute has tabulated that federal regulations impose a cost of $1.9 trillion on the economy. This averages out to more than $14,000 imposed on every American household, a hidden regulatory tax that is eating up American paychecks. The amount of rules far exceeds statutes by Congress. In 2022 alone, there were more than 3,100 rules issued by agencies, compared to 247 laws passed by Congress. And yet, despite these figures, my Democrat colleagues can't seem to muster the courage to find one regulation that they believe is worthy of repeal. The fact is that we have a very limited window under the Congressional Review Act to expunge these harmful rules. Again, written by unnamed, unaccountable bureaucrats. These rules continue to drive up costs for American families and take away consumer choices. And I'm so glad that we're taking up these CRA resolutions, ones that would protect consumer choice and competitive prices for freezers, refrigerators, and walk-in coolers. To my colleagues on the other side, these may seem like small issues to you, but driving up the cost of appliances is a regressive approach that will hurt low and middle-income Americans the most. Regulating every possible square inch of the economy in the name of your zealous green radicalism may give the coastal elites a sense of accomplishments, but it's doing real harm to Americans. And I'll tell you this, when the Congressional Review Act window is completed, we're going to be tabulating the cost of these regulations as well as the votes to repeal them. It may seem like a little bit of cost here and there, but wait until you see the cumulative price. I hope my colleagues can heed the warning, but if the past is prologue, I won't be holding my breath. I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. Look, just to be clear, I'm not trying to make their legislation on commercial freezers look frivolous. It is frivolous. The American people understand that. They get it. Now, I don't, maybe there are a lot of people in the chairwoman's district buying commercial freezers. Again, I can assure you, not the top priority of the people that I represent in northern Colorado and in western Colorado. Far from it. Now, I must say, I did hear with interest, Chairwoman referenced visiting with her constituents. And I would just simply say, my understanding was that the chairwoman doesn't do town halls. I think she recently said in an interview that she doesn't do town halls because they're an opportunity for constituents to yell at their congressperson. So I find it of great interest that I would just encourage the chairwoman and every member of the Republican caucus, do a town hall. Nothing to be afraid of. Great opportunity to visit with your constituents. And perhaps if you do that, you will come away with the same conclusion that I did, which is that the legislation we're considering today is a waste of time and grossly disproportionate to the priorities of the American people. Simple. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Massachusetts, the ranking member of the Committee on Rules, Mr. McGovern.
Gentleman is recognized for 4 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, today House Republicans are wasting time talking about walk-in freezers and refrigerators. That's what Republicans think is urgent, commercial freezers and refrigerators. You know what I think that is? I think that's insane. I think it's unhinged. It's not what I'm hearing at my town halls. I've done 6 town halls. Thousands of people have shown up. Maybe if Republicans actually held town halls and listened to people, they would know what the hell is going on right now. People are not worried about commercial walk-in freezers or refrigerators, Mr. Speaker. They're pissed at Elon and his unelected, unappointed bureaucrats for blowing up the Department of Education. That's what they're worried about. They're demanding resignations because Trump's national security team recklessly mishandled classified information on unsecured phones. They might as well have mailed a copy to the Kremlin, for God's sake. People are mad as hell that you guys are going to try to kill Social Security. Mr. Speaker, you can say whatever you want, but that's what Republicans want to do. They want to kill Social Security. That's a fact. They want to raid Social Security like a piggy bank so Elon can steal people's money and give more tax breaks to billionaires. I was at a retirement community in my district on Friday, and seniors are scared out of their minds. They're not stupid. They know what's happening. It's crystal clear. They see through all the BS, and they know Elon and Trump are trying to sabotage Social Security so they can start kicking people off. The Social Security website crashed 4 times this month. Millions of Americans couldn't log into their accounts. Elon fired so many people that there's nobody to answer the phones at some Social Security offices. The lines keep ringing and ringing and ringing. We don't even know how long wait times are because, get this, they eliminated the program to track customer satisfaction. And Elon is still lying, saying millions and millions of dead people are collecting Social Security checks and calling Social Security a Ponzi scheme. Mr. Speaker, that's a lie. It is not true, and he knows it's not true. And we heard Donald Trump parrot that same propaganda in this chamber because President Elon told him to, because they want an excuse to cut seniors off of Social Security. These guys are rich, out-of-touch billionaires who just don't get it. They're having champagne and caviar at Mar-a-Lago while senior citizens wait for hours on the phone to talk to somebody. Trump's Commerce Secretary said if Social Security didn't send out checks for a month, his 94-year-old mother-in-law would not complain. Well, good for her. But he's a billionaire, for God's sake. Must be nice to have one in the family. But guess what? Most people are not so lucky. When I talk to seniors, they tell me one missed Social Security check means going hungry. It means falling behind on rent. It means skipping medications. People out there can't afford groceries, but Trump's team is telling them to go buy Tesla stock. That's their retirement plan. I mean, these people are nuts, Mr. Speaker. The bottom line is that for Republicans, Social Security is just another thing they can cut to pay for billionaire tax breaks. Well, guess what, Elon? We are not letting you get your greedy, grubby billionaire hands anywhere near Social Security. It is not a handout. It is not a giveaway. It's a benefit that 70 million Americans paid into for their entire lives, expecting that it would be there when they needed it. It is a promise, and we are going to fight like hell to keep that promise for the people who built this country. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I said it before, they're cutting and pasting and saying the same things over and over again. Fear-mongering is beneath the dignity of this body. That is not what we are here to do. We've told our colleagues over and over, and they know this, but they refuse to acknowledge it. Nothing we've done this session has touched the sanctity of Social Security. Nothing. In fact, President Trump has over and over again said he will not touch the sanctity of Social Security. I've said that. Our colleagues have said that. We've done nothing. Putting out false information to the American people is really unfortunate because it does frighten people. However, we have the facts on our side, Mr. Speaker, and the facts are that no bills we've passed, the budget bill nor the continuing resolution, hurt in any way Social Security, Medicaid, Medicare, or any other program that the federal government has a contract with the American people on. And it is time for our colleagues to stop saying that. In fact, Republicans sued over ads that were being run in certain districts last week, and the Democrats had to pull those ads because the court ruled that they were not factual, and they were the same kinds of things that are being said on this floor day after day. But let's get back to the bill at hand, the rule that we're discussing, and the underlying bill with that rule. We want to talk, we've talked in the abstract, but I'd like to drill down on the actual problems this bill would address. the specific failures of disclosure that this bill would address. A 2019 Senate report found that up to 70% of all institutions, these are institutions, post-secondary institutions, that fail to comply with Section 117, and those that do not comply often underreport. Investigations by the Trump administration discovered $6.5 billion in previously undisclosed gifts and contributions provided to so-called elite colleges. And this money came from countries that pose serious national security threats to our country. In 2020, the department estimated schools had anonymously accepted $8.4 billion in foreign money over the past decades. Let's keep in mind that the Biden administration did not utilize Section 117 authorities at all in its 4 years. You heard that correctly. In 4 years, the Biden administration did not enforce Section 117. Despite the Trump administration's uncovering and investigating, the Biden administration didn't invoke Section 117 at all, not once. But let's turn to some more recent examples. In April 2023, the former chair of Harvard University's Chemistry and Chemical Biology Department was sentenced to prison for lying about his affiliation with and income from Wuhan University of Technology in Wuhan, China. In July 2024, University of Maryland College Park paid $500,000 for failing to disclose foreign funding from the Chinese companies of 3 researchers who simultaneously received federal grants. In September 2024, the Research Foundation of the State University of New York paid $313,574 after a scientist failed to disclose Chinese support. In December 2024, the University of Delaware paid $700,000 for not disclosing that a faculty member receiving a NASA grant taught at a Chinese university. A 2024 joint investigation between the House Select Committee on the Chinese Communist Party and Ed and Workforce found 21 joint U.S.-Chinese Education Institute. A case study of 2 such institutes, UC Berkeley and Georgia Tech University, revealed both a lack of proper disclosure under Section 117 and research with clear military applications. Just those 2 schools alone totaled over $40 million in unreported contracts with China. Clearly, Congress needs to do more to bring these unreported contracts, gifts, and funding sources of all sorts into the public eye. Taxpayer dollars are going to these universities. The public is owed the facts about where the rest of these funds are coming from. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. First, I just want to note, Mr. Speaker, and perhaps it's a point of information for your purposes, you admonished the prior Speaker, the ranking member, for not making personalities, or rather making personalities against the President. My understanding is the only person he referenced throughout the duration of his speech was Elon Musk. And so I'm not sure if that was an accident on your part or if that's intentional. And perhaps the Speaker can clarify. Because I don't believe he referenced President Trump, but apparently you mistook his references to Elon Musk as a reference to the President.
Not going to issue an advisory opinion at this point.
Well, I would just say, Mr. Chair, that would be an important thing to clarify in the House moving forward, that references to Elon Musk will be treated as references to the President of the United States, which apparently is what the Speaker is doing. That if someone references Elon Musk, that the Speaker will treat it as though we are referencing the President.
On that point. The gentleman is not correct on that point.
Well, I will perhaps a point of clarification for a future time. I will say this before yielding some time to the distinguished gentlewoman from New Mexico. The chairwoman made reference to supposed fear-mongering regarding Social Security. It isn't fear-mongering. It's on the front page of the Washington Post. I'll read you the quote. Elon Musk put a big target on the Social Security Administration in the first weeks of the Trump administration, end quote. So it is not fear-mongering to share on this floor the concerns that have been articulated by our constituents regarding the dismantling of the Social Security Administration that President Trump and his administration is engaged in. It happens to be the truth. And with that, I will yield 3.5 minutes to the distinguished gentlewoman, my colleague, a member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Ledra Fernandez from New Mexico.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 3.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are in a constitutional crisis. President Trump and his co-president, Musk, apparently, are blatantly rejecting the role of the court, while Republicans in Congress are too scared to stand up for their constituents or the Constitution. And when we talk about Social Security, the idea I kept hearing from over there, we've done nothing to Social Security. Yes, you have. You have done nothing to stand up for your constituents who are worried about their Social Security check. They are appropriately worried about their Social Security check because you've done nothing to complain about the executive cutting the workers at the Social Security Administration. You've done nothing to complain about the closing of offices at Social Security, or done nothing to the idea that you can no longer call the Social Security, and you've done nothing to reject Project 2025's cuts and proposals to cut Social Security. And Social Security is also important, Mr. Speaker, because we are in a cost of living crisis. Prices for groceries, food, and housing are rising thanks to Trump's policies and Trump's tariffs. And what are House Republicans doing in response to these crises? Appliance bills. Appliance bills, which shows how out of touch they are with their constituents. And these appliance bills, by the way, a consequence is they raise costs. They raise costs that American small businesses will pay for utilities so that big companies, those big utility companies, can continue racking up more profit. Republicans seem to always stand with the greediest corporations and not the consumers. For those few Republicans, not our colleague here, but those few Republicans who are willing to hold town halls, they are hearing a lot of anger about Medicaid and Social Security cuts, but not much about refrigerators, are they? What did they say in Iowa? In Iowa, they said Trump and Musk are, I open quote, moving very rapidly toward a dictatorship and an oligarchy, close quote. This is in Iowa. In Wyoming, farmers shared with their representative that Trump's cuts will limit the resources they need to deal with the devastating impacts of drought. H.R. 1048 under this rule continues Trump and Republicans' attacks on higher education and life-saving and innovative research conducted at our universities. I don't know why they hate our universities so much, because we already have a law that requires disclosure of foreign gifts. But this Republican bill will add impossible burdens of reporting to a department that they want to eliminate. What are we doing here with a bill that goes to a department they want to eliminate? But this bill shows how out of touch Republicans are, once again, to Americans' concerns, because a majority of Americans want to keep a Department of Education that funds programs for kids with disabilities, provides student loans, and makes sure poorer schools can hire enough teachers. If Republicans were truly worried about national security, they'd look at how this administration is destroying America's leadership abroad, from having signal chats with our national security to everything else they're doing. I will end with this, Mr. Speaker. While Republicans' billionaire class might not need public schools for their kids,
the gentlelady's time has
in my
expired.
district do. I yield back.
Gentleman from Colorado reserves. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, give me a break. We are to believe that something printed on the front page of the Washington Post is always true? Mr. Speaker, only 31% of the American people have any faith in the print media in this country. And they are very, very wise in that assessment. That's almost as low as the 27% of Americans who have faith in the Democrat Party right now. And I'd like to clarify something else that was said. You know, it's said that Republicans hate universities, or there's a question as to why we hate universities. Mr. Speaker, we don't hate universities. We just want the universities to be honest, and we want them to be transparent. And that's what one of the bills that we're discussing here today, that this rule covers. It's very important that we have transparency throughout our government, and that's what Republicans want. With that, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I understand the chairwoman, apparently now is saying that she won't believe Washington Post articles. I wonder if she'll believe the sentiments of her own colleagues. I believe it was Mr. Lawler from New York who a week ago was bemoaning online the closure of one of the Social Security offices in his own district. What are we talking about? These offices are being closed in North Carolina as well, I believe. This isn't some fictional, imaginary, hypothetical. The Social Security Administration is closing down offices. Wait times are getting longer. I just would urge my colleague, whom I have great respect for, to visit with her own constituencies, and I suspect that they would share the same frustrations that I'm articulating here on the floor. But, Mr. Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to bring up H.R. 433, the Department of Education Protection Act, which would shield the U.S. Department of Education from efforts to dismantle the agency and ensure that every student receives the education they deserve. As my colleague, Representative Ledger-Fernandez, already articulated, it makes no sense that Republicans have pushed forward a bill today to give more responsibilities to an agency that they are trying actively to dismantle. But nonetheless, there is a way forward to save teachers and students and rural schools across the country, including back in Colorado, and that is by ensuring that the Department of Education Protection Act receives a vote here on the House floor. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record, along with any extraneous material, immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, to discuss her proposal, I yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentlewoman from Connecticut, the author and the sponsor of this legislation, a former public school teacher, a National Teacher of the Year, someone who has spent her life serving the students, the young folks, and the working families of the people of Connecticut, Ms. Johanna Hayes.
Gentlelady is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, the President of the United States signed an executive order to dismantle the Department of Education. Instead of reaffirming the integrity of the Department of Education or pursuing real plans to explain to parents how services will continue, House Republicans are again fixated on appliances. Today, we're debating eliminating 2 cost-saving energy regulations and legislation that could hinder research at institutions of higher education. It's important to understand what calls for the closure of the Department of Education would mean to local communities. The Department of Education is responsible for protecting the civil rights of students, exactly what this DETERRENT Act would do. The Department of Education would handle the enforcement. So the Department of Education supports students from low-income backgrounds. They develop and prepare educators. They provide resources for English language learners. They collect statistics on enrollment, staffing, and crime in schools, and manage the $1.6 trillion federal student aid program. Parents are concerned about disruptions to programs and services that ensure that the 7.5 million children with disabilities and the 49 million students enrolled in K-12 public education will still get the education they deserve. My legislation, the Department of Education Protection Act, would shield the department from efforts to dismantle the agency and ensure that every student receives the free and appropriate public education that is mandated by law. My legislation would prohibit the use of appropriated funds to decentralize, reduce staffing levels, or alter the responsibilities, structure, authority, or functionality of the department. The Trump administration has not developed or articulated a clear plan to how these programs would continue their functions without disruption. They keep saying they'll return it back to the states. What has been taken from the states, and what are the next steps moving forward? We need the Department of Education to enforce federal law and protect the civil rights of students across the country. I thank the nearly 100 members of Congress who have already co-sponsored my legislation, and I urge my colleagues to vote no on the previous question so we can bring up my bill, the Department of Education Protection Act. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Colorado reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the gentleman seems to believe that the new personnel, and the gentlelady, the new personnel structure at the Department of Education couldn't possibly implement this bill. Yet, our colleagues failed to mention the fact that Section 117 investigations weren't invoked a single time under the Biden administration. What were the people at the Section 117 desk doing under President Biden's watch? Collecting a check, apparently, or perhaps they were asleep at the switch. Very fitting for the Biden era. Mr. Speaker, President Trump has made it clear that the Department of Education will implement the laws that we pass here in Congress until such time as the full transition is made with the department. So the number of personnel at the department doesn't really matter if you don't have the political will to carry out the authorities. I know that the people in the Department of Education will carry out these authorities until such time as the department does not exist. And at that time, whatever laws exist will be implemented by appropriate agencies and departments. But whatever we do is going to be better than what was done under the Biden administration, when this law was never enforced and should have been. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Some of this can get lost in translation, so just try to make this very simple. The gentlewoman, who I respect, wants to abolish the Department of Education. She's unabashed about that. She has voted to close the Department of Education. She supports the president's efforts to dismantle the Department of Education. I presume she supports the president's efforts to reduce the workforce by half. 50% of the personnel in the Department of Education are now gone on administrative leave. And yet, here we are today debating her bill to create new responsibilities, new requirements, new duties on the very department she seeks to destroy. What are we doing here? If you don't want the Department of Education, again, that's their view. They don't want a federal Department of Education. They're not hiding that. Why are we debating a bill to give the Department of Education more power? It's insanity. Insanity. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentlewoman from the state of New Mexico, Ms. Stansbury.
Gentlelady is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think insanity is a good word for what's happening here on the House floor today. Another good word is bizarre. You know, when I go home and I tell my constituents what happens in these halls, they're amazed. And today is one of those days where I'm like, what the hell are these folks doing? Because while our economy is in crisis, while groceries and housing are at an all-time high, while our veterans and our firefighters and our teachers are being illegally fired, while Elon Musk is dismantling the U.S. Department of Education, and while the Secretary of Defense is trying to cover up the most incompetent national security leak I have ever heard of in my life, The Republicans in the House are trying to save the American people from the scourge of walk-in cooler and refrigeration efficiency standards. That's right. We are here wasting precious debate time on the U.S. House of Representatives floor debating, dismantling efficiency standards for walk-in refrigerators. How out of touch are you with the American people? Like, literally, I know you're not holding town halls and meeting with your constituents anymore, but you think that the American people voted for you to waste our time on refrigeration standards? That's what you think you were elected to do? Literally, how out of touch are you? Because no American voted. No American, I don't care where you are on the ideological spectrum, you did not vote for this. This is ridiculous, it's preposterous, and it's just stupid. Yesterday, it was reported that the Secretary of Defense and National Security Advisor and the Vice President leaked war plans to a journalist. This is the same administration that accidentally fired nuclear scientists and engineers who maintain our nuclear stockpile. This is the same administration that is illegally firing federal employees and dismantling federal agencies. And you're here running a resolution on refrigerators. And meanwhile, tomorrow, you all are going to hold a hearing and haul NPR and PBS in front of Congress to try to undermine the media, just like you did just here on this floor a few moments ago, as you're kicking the media out of the Pentagon and the White House because you don't believe in the media anymore. Well, maybe this is exactly what the end conclusion of dismantling education and American democracy is, because this is ridiculous, and we will vote no. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Colorado reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would characterize what we're doing here today as the people's business. We are the people's house. We are here to look after the American people in the best way that we can. We are fulfilling our constitutional duties. Unnamed, unaccountable bureaucrats pass rules and regulations in this city every day that they should not be passing. Congress gave ourselves the ability to stop those. And my colleagues are complaining that we're wasting time, that it's slow and inefficient to implement the Congressional Review Act. And it is slow and inefficient. But we passed a bill called the Midnight Rules Relief Act, primarily with Republican votes. That would have allowed Congress to dispense with multiple rules and regulations under one bill. That bill is currently in the Senate, and if that would pass and be signed by the President, we could all save time and be much more efficient. But we are doing the people's work today. I reserve.
Gentlelady reserved. Gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. I would simply echo the sentiments that have been expressed by so many of my colleagues that the policies Republicans are pursuing here on the House floor are not the priorities of the American people. And I think we all would be far better served if we debated the actual issues of the day, the challenges that Representative Stansberry and so many others described so eloquently. I also would just say this, because there's been a lot of discussion about town halls. And I don't quite understand, and perhaps the gentlewoman would be willing to expound upon this, her opposition and the opposition of so many of my colleagues in the Republican conference to doing town halls. I've held 100 town halls over the course of the time that I've had the privilege of representing Colorado in the United States Congress. And we've held them everywhere in my district. I represent communities and counties that voted for Donald Trump. And I've held town halls and will continue to hold town halls in those communities because my obligation is to represent every person in western Colorado and in northern Colorado, in the district that I serve. That's my job, to be accessible to my constituents, irrespective of their political beliefs. I understand that Republicans right now are scared to host town halls because they know that the policies that they are pursuing in Washington are deeply unpopular. If I spent my week in Washington pushing bills on commercial freezers, I would probably be a little nervous to do a town hall back in my district too. I get it. So I understand where they're coming from. But maybe the way forward is to spend our time in Washington working on matters of substance. And if we do that, I can promise you, your town halls will go just fine. They'll go just fine. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman from Colorado, and Mr. Speaker, I appreciate recognition. I rise today to express my disappointment that my common sense amendment to the DETERRENT Act was rejected yesterday in the Rules Committee by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. My amendment would have distinguished between benign donations from friendly democratic countries and donations from potential adversarial undemocratic states, enacting strict oversight on funding from regimes seeking to manipulate students on university campuses and to spread hate, particularly anti-Semitism, on those campuses for their own agendas. My amendment would have significantly expanded the list of countries whose donations the universities would be required to disclose, including a number of countries not included in the DETERRENT Act that have given billions and billions of dollars to universities in recent years. More importantly, my amendment would also require that universities disclose the detailed terms and conditions that they agree to in return for the foreign donation from this expanded list of countries, critically revealing whether those foreign donations come with strings attached that can foment anti-democratic influences on campuses. Instead, this bill hampers universities' ability to engage in important educational programming in conjunction with our democratic allies, while failing to confront the real problem of anti-democratic and anti-Semitic foreign influence. It is a shame that we could not work in a bipartisan way to make this bill better and to address the root cause, the root issue that both sides of the aisle are trying to address, which is the potential nefarious foreign influence on college campuses from a list of countries far greater than the 4 countries of concern outlined in the DETERRENT Act. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Colorado reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, being lectured to about how we feel about anti-Semitism on our side of the aisle is not something that I'm used to hearing. It's the Republicans who've led the fight against anti-Semitism on our college campuses. And I'm sorry, and we did make Democrat amendments in order on this rule. If my colleague had submitted his amendment in a more timely fashion and not just a few minutes before the Rules Committee met yesterday, we would have certainly had a chance to consider it. But the deadline for submitting amendments was last Thursday, and that gives us an opportunity to review the amendments to see what can be put in. But I'd urge our colleagues to follow the rules for deadlines, because that's very important for us, for all of us. And so I'm not really amenable to hearing people criticize us about our response to anti-Semitism when I fight it every day of my life. I'm wearing my necklace that I wear every day saying, "Bring them home." I'm wearing my yellow ribbon and being told that I am not sympathetic to fighting anti-Semitism is not something I take lightly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve.
Reserve. Gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
I thank the Speaker, and I don't know if Mr. Goldman is still here, but we'll relay the substance of the Chairwoman's remarks regarding the amendment and the timing of his amendment submission. I wonder, I'm prepared to close, only have a few minutes of debate left, but as the Chairwoman said, this is the People's House, a house that I have great reverence for. And so I wonder, Mr. Speaker, if I might, via you, make a request to the Chairwoman to engage in a brief colloquy. Perhaps that could provide the public, the viewing public, a sense of real debate as opposed to us just giving speeches. But
we're nearly at the end of this, and I don't believe we need to have a colloquy. I think we each have an opportunity for closing comments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Mr. Speaker, and with much respect to the gentlewoman, I think that's a shame, because I think the American people ought to be able to hear a fair and full exchange of views and an active debate, and I think that is far more present when we actually have a colloquy as opposed to just making speeches. I will simply say the question I was going to pose to the Chairwoman, she has made clear that these three bills, the bill to give more power to the Department of Education that she seeks to dismantle, a bill on the regulation standards for refrigerant walk-in freezers and commercial refrigerators, that those bills are very important to the House Republican Conference, that they are a top priority. Interestingly enough, not a single Republican member of Congress in the last hour that we've had allocated for debate has indulged us with their presence today to come to the floor and extol the virtues of the legislation that they have pursued on commercial refrigerators. I wonder why. Probably not an accident. I can't imagine that there are a lot of Republican members of Congress that wanted to sign up to come do floor debate today on commercial refrigerators in light of the biggest mishap on a national security front in decades, in light of all the challenges that our country is facing. Debating refrigerators, apparently, was not something that many of my chairwoman's colleagues wanted to do. Nonetheless, I'm grateful that we've had an opportunity to share with the American public, to give them full transparency into how the Republicans have decided to spend their time and their majority here in Washington, D.C. I'm sure we'll proceed with a few more days of debate. I'm sure Republicans will pass their bills on commercial freezers and walk-in refrigerators, and then we'll be back next week. One can only hope that Republicans will have seen the light by then, and that we won't be up for appliance week number 4, 5, 6, whatever it is now. Mr. Speaker, if my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would like to actually debate substantive issues, there's an easy way to do it. Opposing the previous question, opposing the rule and the underlying bills, so that the House can get back to doing the people's work. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, House Republicans are laser focused on governing and advancing legislation that addresses pertinent issues across the nation. It's unfortunate that our colleagues do not agree that protecting Americans from unnecessary rules and regulations is not something important to them. It's very important to us. And we are following regular order here. The Rules Committee is represented by me, the chair, on this important rule today. That's significant. The three pieces of legislation that will be considered under the rule, that will be debated tomorrow are part of our governing efforts are in alignment with the mandate that Americans gave us last November. Shielding consumer choice and combating foreign influence within higher education are issues that Americans care about. We have heard their concerns, and we're addressing them yet again this week. With that, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the previous question, yes on the rule, and then later yes on the bills that will be presented as a result of this rule. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
Gentlelady yields back. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. The motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1534, ordering the previous question of the House on Resolution 242 and adoption of the House Resolution 242 if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Babin, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1534, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 1534, a bill to strengthen and enhance the competitiveness of American industry through the research and development of advanced technologies to improve the efficiency of cement, concrete, and asphalt production and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 350, the nays are 73. Two-thirds being the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on the House Resolution 242, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 12, House Resolution 242. Resolution providing for consideration of the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 24, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Department of Energy relating to Energy Conservation Program, Energy Conservation Standards for walk-in coolers and walk-in freezers, providing for consideration of the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 75, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy, Department of Energy relating to Energy Conservation Program, Energy Conservation Standards for commercial refrigerators, freezers, and refrigerator freezers, and providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 1048 to amend the Higher Education Act of 1965 to strengthen disclosure requirements relating to foreign gifts and contracts, to prohibit contracts between institutions of higher education and certain foreign entities and countries of concern, and for other purposes.
The question is on ordering the previous question. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 215, the nays are 208. The previous question is ordered. The question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
Louisiana. Mr. Higgins of Louisiana votes aye.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 214 and the nays are 207, with 0 answering present. The resolution is adopted without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid on the table. What purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on H.R. 1048.
Without objection. Pursuant to House Resolution 242 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of H.R. 1048. The Chair appoints the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Harrigan, to preside over the Committee of the Whole. Very good.
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 1048, which the clerk will report by title.
H.R. 1048, a bill to amend the Higher Education Act of 1965 to strengthen disclosure requirements relating to foreign gifts and contracts, to prohibit contracts between institutions of higher education and certain foreign entities and countries of concern, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and Workforce or their respective designees. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise today in support of H.R. 1048. Foreign nations, including our biggest adversaries, like Chinese Communist Party, contribute to billions of dollars to American universities. The lack of transparency around foreign relationships should concern every American, as we see stolen research, anti-Semitic propaganda, and academic censorship. None of these things belong inside our borders, yet alone on our college campuses. By establishing footholds in American schools, bad actors gain access to valuable research and intellectual property that can be used to bolster their own military and undermine our nation's best interests. Under the Higher Education Act, schools are required to report foreign gifts and funding. Unfortunately, loose legislative language, the Biden-Harris administration's inaction, and colleges' refusal to adhere to the laws have resulted in billions of foreign funds infiltrating our country undetected. Last year, a congressional investigation of 2 research universities uncovered nearly $40 million in unreported research contracts with the Chinese Communist Party. $40 million in unreported funds at just 2 universities. Of course, this is just the tip of the iceberg. Without transparency, we have no idea the true amount of impact of foreign funds at our institutions. This is why we need the DETERRENT Act. It closes these loopholes and has more strict reporting requirements for foreign funding and contracts. It also will hold institutions accountable by imposing fines, such as the loss of student aid funding for schools that continually fail to comply. This bipartisan bill is a common sense solution to an irrefutable problem, which is why it passed last Congress with bipartisan support. We should be loud and clear. No American university should be helping the hidden agendas of the Chinese Communist Party or other nations continue to threaten U.S. national security. I thank Mr. Baumgartner for introducing this vital piece of legislation. I'd also like to highlight that the deterrent includes bills from my committee colleagues, Representative Harris, Representative Owens, and Representative Messmer. I urge my colleagues to support the DETERRENT Act. Doing so will help defend against our adversaries while also holding our institutions to a higher standard that take foreign money first, ask questions later is not the way to go. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to H.R. 1048, the DETERRENT Act. Let's acknowledge, first of all, the elephant in the room. Just last month, the Secretary of Education fired half of the department staff. And last week, President Trump signed an executive order aimed at dismantling the entire department. This administration is actively working to eliminate an agency that has long been the cornerstone of ensuring that every child in America has access to a quality education. Today we're discussing a bill that would add even more responsibility to the very department that you're trying to destroy. It's almost as if you're trying to dismantle the agency, but at the same time recognizing its critical role and piling on additional duties. This is not only nonsensical, but reckless. You can't argue that the Department of Education is unnecessary and then hand it more work, expecting it to function without staff, resources, or the leadership that it needs. This Congress has a responsibility to address the many pressing issues that students face, like closing the achievement gaps, improving college affordability, and ending gun violence in schools. Instead, we find ourselves considering bills that target vulnerable groups, and now this bill, which risks isolating America from the global partnerships in research and education. Instead of requiring institutions to report foreign gifts or contracts large enough to exert any influence, the bill before us would require institutions to report gifts of any value from people who are not U.S. citizens if they are from a list of, quote, countries of concern, a list that is difficult to find and will be very difficult to keep track of because it is subject to change. The Department of Education has already lost half its staff, and if this bill passes, it would have to process an exponentially larger number of reports than it has to process already. Now, how can we place these new responsibilities on an agency that's being hollowed out, and how can we expect it to manage these complex issues when the institution is being dismantled? H.R. 1048 would also impose burdensome and unnecessary penalties on institutions for working with international scholars and organizations. Since faculty really don't know their colleagues' citizenship status, it is reasonable to believe that discrimination will follow, and institutions will be incentivized from hiring talented international faculty. Now, Mr. Speaker, Present law already requires reporting of any gift large enough to exert any influence over a university, and this bill requires the reporting of gifts of any value, that is, a cup of coffee, a donut, from people who are from so-called countries of concern, and requires the Department of Education to process all of those reports. The same Department of Education that just lost half its staff. And if the problem is millions of dollars in unreported gifts, requiring the reporting of free donuts cannot be the answer. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I now am pleased to give 3 minutes to the sponsor of this piece of legislation, Representative Baumgardner from Washington.
The gentleman is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is an honor to be a member of this august body, and as the son of a university professor who cares deeply about American higher education and a former State Department officer that cares deeply about American national security, I'm excited and proud to sponsor this bill. Indeed, there are many wonderful things that happen on American university campuses, but there are also some nefarious and concerning issues on American campuses that deal with foreign adversaries. Indeed, Mr. Chairman, the numbers do not lie. Foreign adversaries have poured billions into American universities, and much of it remains hidden from public view. In just 2 universities alone, congressional investigators uncovered nearly $40 million in unreported research contracts tied to the Chinese Communist Party. Nearly 30% of disclosed foreign funding lacked even basic details, like contract dates or intended purpose. And current regulations permit anonymous giving. These are not clerical errors. This is a systemic failure, one that has left our institutions wide open to foreign influence with real consequences for American society. Let's be clear. Every dollar from an adversarial nation comes with strings attached. Expectations about what gets taught, which research gets funded, and who gets hired or silenced. And we have already seen the consequences. The committee report accompanying the DETERRENT Act highlighted research from the Network Contagion Research Institute, which analyzed foreign funding data between 2014 and 2019 and found that universities receiving undisclosed donations from Middle Eastern sources saw on average a 300% increase in more anti-Semitic incidents than other institutions. Correlation is not causation, but one thing is certain. Secrecy allows these influences to operate unchecked and go unexamined. The less we know about where this money is coming from and what it is funding, the easier it is for malign actors to push their agendas without scrutiny. And the problem is far bigger than any one country. 60% of all foreign money in the U.S. in U.S. universities comes from just four sources, including China and Qatar, nations that oftentimes have strategic and ideological conflicts with U.S. interests. Despite this, 70% of universities fail to comply with foreign funding reporting requirements. Worse, universities can simply list foreign donors as anonymous, further obscuring the sources of gifts. How can we claim to protect academic integrity when billions in foreign influence remains hidden in the shadows? This is why the DETERRENT Act is necessary. It closes reporting loopholes, requires universities to fully disclose the source, purpose, and terms of all foreign gifts, and imposes real consequences for noncompliance, including fines and loss of federal funding. It also ensures transparency in private university endowments, preventing foreign adversaries from quietly shaping campuses, culture, and academic research behind closed doors. The American people want to know when foreign countries, including our adversaries, are active on our college campuses. That is what this bill is about. And universities have a choice to lead now with accountability. Thank you very much.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Chu.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, as Chair Emerita of the Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus, I rise in strong opposition to the DETERRENT Act. For now, the American university research system is the envy of the world, but the DETERRENT Act would burden our higher ed institutions and federal agencies with massive amounts of reporting of a gift of any value from foreign countries and would cast a chilling effect disproportionately on the Asian American academic community. From the incarceration of Japanese Americans in World War II to the racial profiling of Chinese American scientists under Trump's failed first term, the China Initiative, countless Asian Americans have had their lives destroyed because our government falsely accused them of being spies. Already, 72% of Asian American academic researchers report feeling unsafe. By publicizing the private personal information of certain faculty and staff on databases, the bill would make the problem worse, making them much easier targets for xenophobic attacks. Safeguarding national security can be done through common sense reforms Democrats have offered that don't come at the expense of U.S. scientific innovation, global collaboration, and the Asian American community. And as if we need another reason to oppose this bill, it would create enormous new responsibilities for the Department of Education at the same time that Trump is attempting to illegally dismantle that very department. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the concerns of my colleague, but my committee has worked very closely with the Select Committee on CCP to combat malign influence at our universities. One type of malign influence is very different than what we're talking about here. The influence is known as transnational repression, which is efforts by the CCP to exert influence over dissidents that could be coming here to gain a great education at our universities, but are discouraged by the CCP. This legislation would encourage true students seeking an education here and be able to push back against the malign influence of the CCP. Having said that, I'm pleased to recognize the great representative from North Carolina and a co-sponsor of this bill with portions of his bill in the bill as well. For 2 minutes, Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Chairman Walberg, and thank you to Congressman Baumgardner for the work on this bill. Mr. Speaker, each year, adversarial nations like China, North Korea, Iran, and Russia attempt to buy the ability to influence our next generation through donations and contracts with American colleges and universities. The DETERRENT Act will shine the light on these shady backroom deals that get malign foreign influence out of our schools. The legislation will strengthen the thresholds of reporting foreign gifts and contracts. According to the Wall Street Journal, in the last 12 years, U.S. schools had nearly 3,000 contracts with China valued at no less than $2.32 billion. That raises an important question. Why would a country that certainly doesn't have the best interest of American students in mind pay such enormous sums to American universities? This bill will get to the bottom of it. The DETERRENT Act includes language from my own legislation, the No Contracts with Foreign Adversaries Act, which requires a college or university to be transparent about the reason they might want to contract with one of the 4 countries currently designed by our government as a, quote, country of concern. It's true, there could be an academic purpose for a partnership with a country like China, North Korea, Iran, or Russia. But these partnerships cannot come at the expense of our national security, research integrity, or our future generations. Students, parents, and taxpayers have a right to know the financial ties of these universities. The DETERRENT Act strengthens current law by raising the reporting standards and providing a real enforcement mechanism if schools try to hide their dealings with foreign countries. I urge all of my colleagues to stand and support the DETERRENT Act, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. And the gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield myself such time as they may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
And I ask unanimous consent that a letter from the American Council on Education on behalf of the American Association of Community Colleges, American Association of State Colleges and Universities, American Council on Education, American Association of American Universities, Association of Public and Land Grant Universities, National Association of Independent Colleges and Universities, which says in part that as currently proposed, the DETERRENT Act would significantly impede critical research activities, duplicate existing interagency efforts, and put in place problematic expansion of data collection by the Department of Education without ensuring that actual national security or foreign malign influence threats, including those which espouse support for actions that run counter to American foreign policies, are addressed. Ask unanimous consent that the letter be introduced to the record.
The gentleman's request is covered by general leave.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm now pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Indiana, upstanding, proud member of this committee, Mr. Messmer.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the DETERRENT Act. This important legislation will bring vital transparency and accountability to gift reporting requirements for colleges and universities. For decades, the Chinese Communist Party, Iran, and Russia have targeted American college systems by pushing dangerous propaganda aimed at influencing impressionable students. As my colleagues have pointed out, many American universities have been far too cozy with their international adversaries. They accept generous investments, masked as research projects and infrastructure opportunities, which turn out to be funded by regimes that wish to do us harm. Not only do these corrupt arrangements create dangerous environments for our students and faculty, they also put America's national security at risk. I'm also pleased that my bill, the Instruct Act, is included as one of the DETERRENT Act's main provisions. My legislation requires that colleges and universities disclose to American intelligence agencies any and all financial transactional data so we can ensure they remain free of exploitation of hostile foreign influences. I urge my colleagues to pass this bill, not just because it makes sense, but because it will put our adversaries on notice that we're watching them. And most importantly, it will protect our nation's students from foreign manipulation and provide them with transparent and safe learning environment that they deserve. Again, I wish to thank Chairman Wahlberg for his leadership on this issue, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
I'm pleased now to recognize the Vice Chairman of the House Education Workforce Committee, as well as Chairman of the Higher Ed Subcommittee, the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Owens.
Gentleman is recognized.
4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Imagine our esteemed universities, pillars of free thought and innovation, quietly channeling millions of investments into what are linked with Chinese Communist Party, Russian oligarchies, and Iranian regimes. While our students learn about democracy and liberty, the tuition dollars may be funding governments that stand against these very ideals. This isn't hypothetical. It's happening. Since 2013, U.S. colleges and universities have received over $1 billion from Chinese Communist Party affiliated sources. In return, we've seen professors silenced, students groups threatened, and our intellectual property stolen. At the same time, these institutions, many which proudly divest from fossil fuels and boycott Israel, are more than willing to accept foreign funding from adversaries who seek to undermine our nation. The DETERRENT Act is our line in the sand. It demands transparency and accountability from higher education. If universities are entangled with foreign adversaries, the American people deserve to know. I'm proud that my reporting on investments in foreign adversaries RIFA Act is included in this legislation. The RIFA Act ensures private colleges and universities disclose whether they are investing their endowments in hostile nations like China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea. These financial partnerships should not be hidden from the public. For far too long, we've allowed educational institutions to become conduits for foreign influences. Administrators on taxpayer dime have given repressive regimes easy access to our students, turned their backs on the very freedoms they claim to uphold. This betrayal must stop. And I must make clear, profit over patriotism, profit over American values, and profit over American culture is traitorous betrayal. The Deterrent Act takes critical steps to safeguard our institutions, protect our students, and preserve American values. We must not allow profit to overshadow patriotism. It's time to reclaim our universities and secure our future. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this legislation. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. And the gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We received a letter from the Association of Public and Land-Grant Universities, which says, in part, that the federal agencies since 2023 have significantly expanded research security efforts and outlines those efforts, and then says that rather than enhance transparency and meaningfully contribute to the plethora of actions taken by Congress and the Trump and Biden administrations over the last 10 years, the Deterrent Act will impede important international collaborations and be duplicative of other federal research agencies' efforts to appropriately strengthen research security and foreign partnership reporting requirements. Then they outline some specific concerns by saying that the bill will inappropriately create a new and highly unusual role for the Department of Education in making determinations about the suitability of international research, education, and cultural partnerships, despite its lack of expertise in scientific research. It also says the bill will require institutions to create new public databases for the disclosure of international gifts to faculty and staff members. This reporting would require the disclosure of non-work-related gifts from any country that the grantees receive from family, for example, even though there are no connections to their work. Records of such gifts would be required to be in a searchable database maintained by institutions and for public universities, such reporting would potentially be subject to open records requests that would allow foreign actors to identify leading researchers to target for influence operations. And finally, it says the bill will create duplicative disclosure requirements for foreign gift disclosures, as federal research grant applicants already must disclose all sources of support, whether foreign or domestic, for research activities. Mr. Chairman, I ask that this letter be entered into the record by unanimous consent.
The gentleman's request is covered by general leave.
Thank you. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm now pleased to give 3 minutes to the gentleman from California, Subcommittee Chair of Early Childhood, Elementary, and Secondary Education, Mr. Kiley.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker, America's universities have long been the place where, for better or worse, cultural trends tend to begin and then spread throughout the rest of the country. And unfortunately, in recent years, it has been for worse. An ethos of censorship took hold first in American universities before spreading to tech companies throughout our broader culture and into the government itself. And of course, we saw most vividly on university campuses the absolutely appalling scenes of anti-Semitism that sadly also became part of our broader problem for the rest of the country over the last few years and even before that. And so America's adversaries, noticing this phenomenon, have decided that targeting our universities is a way to weaken the United States. Infiltrating our universities is a way to influence our broader institutions and to influence public opinion. And so you see, for example, the People's Republic of China, a congressional investigation found the Chinese Communist Party, there was nearly $40 million in contracts with the CCP or CCP-linked organizations. And this is just what we know about. Institutions have accepted billions in anonymous foreign funds without any transparency or accountability. There was even a recent study from the Institute for the Global Study of Anti-Semitism and Policy, showing how this has infiltrated K-12 classrooms, as well as funding from Qatar ended up at Brown University, which developed anti-Israel curricula that then went to 8,000 K-12 schools throughout the entire country. So the DETERRENT Act is a much-needed common sense piece of legislation that simply says, if you're going to accept funding from foreign countries, you need to disclose that. After all, universities are massively funded in various forms by the federal government, so if taxpayer dollars are going to support institutions that are taking foreign money, we should know about that. The requirements put in place by this bill simply say that if you accept a gift of $50,000 or more, a foreign gift, then you need to report that, and it's anything of any value if it's from an adversarial nation. The bill also closes reporting gaps, including faculty-level disclosures, and imposes real penalties for non-compliance, including loss of Title IV funds. The good news, Mr. Speaker, is that over the last year or so, we have seen a reckoning begin in higher education in this country, and we are starting to see very positive changes. A number of university presidents have lost their jobs, and universities are increasingly committing themselves anew to protecting civil rights and promoting academic freedom. The DETERRENT Act will be an important part of that trend. I'm proud to be a co-sponsor, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Michigan reserves. Gentleman from Virginia.
Such time as they may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, we received a letter from the Association of American Universities, which says in part, as currently proposed, sections 117A, B, C, and D in the bill are unhelpful in advancing the national research and security interests of the United States. Indeed, the new faculty and staff gift reporting requirement for any and all countries is excessive, will prove counterproductive, and divert important university resources away from more valuable and focused efforts to address legitimate research security risks. Additionally, the bill's contract waiver requirement will prevent U.S. researchers and students from participating in important international scientific collaborations and exchange programs, ultimately harming, not helping the United States goal and not helping the U.S. maintain its global leadership position in critical areas of scientific research. I ask that this letter be entered into the record.
The gentleman's request is covered under general leave. The gentleman reserve.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know my good friend and colleague's concern is sincere about faculty and involvement in reporting at institutions, of course, that know how to keep records of sports donors, boosters, alumni who are contributing various things. I think this is even more important. My colleague argued that requiring researchers to disclose foreign gifts and contracts would be invasive and unnecessary. I first want to remind my colleague that this requirement applies to specific researchers involved in government contracts who are at specific high research institutions. These are faculty working in crucial and sensitive research areas our adversaries have targeted time and time again. This is not just an abstract problem. Just in the last 2 years, prominent research faculty at Harvard, Stanford, the University of Maryland, and the University of Delaware were found to not have disclosed foreign funding from Chinese sources, just to name a few examples. Reporting support specifically for a researcher's grant in-kind support is critical, but deterrent provisions also cover other ways our adversaries can influence faculty. Democrats also continue to falsely claim that the deterrent would require reporting for everyday activities like donuts or coffee. Deterrent holds faculty to the exact same standard for monetary gifts as members of Congress. A gift, quote, of a $5,000 purse from a foreign source rightfully needs to be scrutinized and publicized. Regarding privacy concerns, I do want to point out these individuals are often happy to voluntarily publish their own names, their email addresses, and their donors when it comes to their own published works. and that many universities have open directories on their websites. However, Deterrent does have a common sense privacy protection included. The American public deserves transparency, and I urge critics of the bill to ask why relationships, including those with our worst enemies and our adversaries, should continue to lie in the shadows. I reserve.
Gentleman from Michigan reserves. Gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman's recognized.
We're ready to close.
I reserve.
We're ready to close.
Okay.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you. I yield myself the remainder of the time. Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues to oppose H.R. 1048 as currently drafted. The bill not only targets our nation's educational institutions, but also undermines the very department we rely on to enforce these very complex policies. You can't effectively dismantle an agency and then demand more from it. You can't ignore the fact that half the department's employees have been fired, and these cuts will make it even more difficult for the department to carry out these increased responsibilities effectively. So the contradictions are clear. How can you demand more reporting and enforcement from an agency that's got half its staff? Furthermore, the bill does not really address any alleged problem. Present law already requires reporting of gifts large enough to exert any influence, and requiring the reporting of free donuts will not do anything to add to national security. What it will do is add to a feeling of problems with researchers from other countries. National Academy of Science did a survey of 1,300 Asian American faculty and found that although a majority, 89% of these faculty, desire to contribute to the United States advancements in science and technology, many, 72%, feel unsafe in conducting research in the United States. Instead of adding unnecessary burdens and penalties to our educational institutions and adding the feeling of unsafe and discrimination against minorities, we need to focus on meaningful reforms to protect the integrity of the education system and promote collaboration around the world. We also need to use the limited resources left at the Department of Education to focus on things like academic achievement and achievement gaps, violence in schools, especially gun violence, access to college, and things like that. And so we need to safeguard the Department of Education, not destroy it, and ask my colleagues to reject this bill and support the policies that strengthen rather than dismantle the systems that serve our students and workforce. Mr. Chair, yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Michigan.
Okay. I understand he has another speaker, so I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Michigan.
I express appreciation to my colleague for that allowance. I would like to yield 2 minutes to the good representative from Missouri, Representative Onder, a member of this committee.
Gentleman's
Thank you, Mr.
recognized.
Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 1048, the Deterrent Act. This bill will end the influence and downright espionage of the Chinese Communist Party on our American college campuses. Last Congress, the Select Committee on the CCP issued a remarkable report highlighting how UC Berkeley partnered with Tsinghua University in the city of Shenzhen to create the Tsinghua Berkeley Shenzhen Institute, which actively partnered with a Chinese research lab in April 2023 to improve advanced chip technology. Why in the world should the Chinese Communist Party, which controls the city of Shenzhen and Tsinghua University, have access to American research on sensitive technology with military applications? Likewise, Alfred University recently received a grant from the Department of Defense to research hypersonic weapons. Unbelievably, the China University of Geosciences in Wuhan then partnered with Alfred University with this research. China University of Geosciences also happened to be doing very similar weapons research for the CCP. How do we know that our research and development in hypersonic weapons isn't going straight to the CCP? The answer is it probably is. Additionally, according to the FBI, the CCP is the world's principal infringer of intellectual property. We need to stop the Chinese Communist Party, the #1 threat to our security and the security of the world, from taking advantage of American innovation and the openness of our university campuses. I proudly support the Deterrent Act, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Michigan reserves. Gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Chair, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Gentleman from Michigan.
I thank the gentleman. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank my colleagues who have come to speak today on such an important matter regarding not just higher education, but national security. International collaboration is not inherently bad, but foreign nations have been able to operate in the dark for far too long. When foreign adversaries give to universities, it's not out of the goodness of their hearts. It's because they want something in return. Sometimes that's extremely negative. Each dollar that is accepted comes with strings attached, and that can influence student behavior or gain access to research. The DETERRENT Act is a crucial step towards transparency and protecting American education and students from malicious foreign influence. The current system has allowed our nation's students to become targets for our adversaries, and that's unacceptable. We must pass this bill. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Michigan yields. All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Education and Workforce, printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 119-1 shall be considered as adopted, and the bill as amended shall be considered as read. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in House Report 119-38. Each further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report by the member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to demand for division of the question. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 1, printed in House Report 119-38. For what purposes, the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in House Report number 119-38, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 242, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. America's enemies will stop at nothing to destroy us, and they don't care how they do it. These enemies would stoop so low as to target our young people. For years, countries like the People's Republic of China have used our own universities to advance agendas that hurt American security. Aside from the state of Qatar, there's probably no other country in the world that finances U.S. colleges and universities more than the People's Republic of China. They use this all-access pass to steal our intellectual property, abuse our student visa programs, and prop up communist-inspired Confucius institutes. This places the Chinese authorities in a real position of influence among our young people. And all the more so because our own government doesn't try to hold our colleges and universities accountable to the basic disclosure standards. A 2019 Senate report found that up to 70% of all institutions fail to comply with what are called Section 117 disclosure requirements. Those do not comply with Section 117 substantially underreport their foreign donations and contracts. Under current law, if gifts and contracts, either individual or combined from an originating country, meet or exceed $250,000, these donations must be reported to the Department of Education twice a year. By failing to enforce our laws, we are signaling to our enemies, especially China, that we don't care if they use and abuse the American higher education system. As a result, we really don't have a clear idea of the extent of China's influence campaign against the youth of America. I reserve.
Gentleman from Tennessee reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Chair.
State is free.
What is the amendment that we're considering? If you could, the page and line number.
Number 1 in printed in House Report 119-38. Page 57, line 10.
Okay.
Does the gentleman seek recognition?
I yield myself such time as I may consider in opposition.
Does the gentleman seek
in opposition to the amendment?
Recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, the intent of this amendment, as I understand it, is to ensure that special administrative regions such as Hong Kong are listed as a foreign country of concern if they are within a country of concern. As I've discussed already, we don't need to fuel xenophobia by targeting citizens in foreign countries. This amendment goes further by signaling out residents of certain special administrative regions and requires people to know what that means so they'll know who they can accept donuts from. This amendment does nothing to thoughtfully protect our national security, and therefore I urge my colleagues to vote no. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves, gentleman from Tennessee.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. When a mom and dad sends their kids to college, they expect them to get a good education, a return on investment, not to be indoctrinated by our enemies. The Deterrent Act does a very valuable service by ensuring that 4 countries, Iran, Russia, North Korea, and China, now think about that list, who actively seek to undermine our sovereignty, it requires proper reporting, that they are designated as foreign countries of concern. This designation means that for these countries, the foreign gift reporting threshold is 0. But again, Mr. Chairman, I would urge that if we know we have an adversary, we should have access to all of their influence peddling in our country that are targeting our youth. So we have the full scale and scope of what they're doing. And there's no country better than China at money laundering. So if we ensure that the reporting threshold is 0 for the People's Republic of China, that only solves one part of the equation. What happens when the leaders of the PRC attempt to continue their malign influence through Hong Kong or Macau? It could really marginalize the admirable intent of this legislation and could only temporarily, potentially derail the PRC when we know they're going to try to get around it. We know they're going to launder money through other means. We've got to clear this up, shore this up, and further clarify. I reserve.
Gentleman from Tennessee reserves. Gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Chairman, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, as I read the amendment, it says, insert the following before the period, comma, including any special administrative region within such a covered nation or any other territory that the United States recognizes as being under the control of such a covered nation on or after the date of enactment of this subsection, as to be who is going to be a nation of concern. Like I said, this is a question of whether or not you got to figure out what that means, and so that you will know whether or not you can accept a donut from somebody from whatever that language means they come from. I don't know how that has anything to do with national security, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Tennessee.
Again, Mr. Chairman, I just want to emphasize, we're talking about countries like Iran or Russia, North Korea, and China. Whether it's a bag of donuts or a bag of money. We know they're over here. We know they're doing it. It's not being fully reported. Mistakes are being made. They're trying to influence and brainwash our future leaders of this country. We need to be proactive. We need to send a message that enough is enough. And so the reference to donuts, so be it. Bag of donuts, a bag of money. If they're over here with malign intent, we have a right, the American people have the right to know about it. And those universities should be put on notice. If you are in bed with the enemy, you should be put on notice. If you are allowing subversion of our country on your campus, the American people should know it. I don't see why anybody would have a problem with this. It's clear. We're talking about national security. at a time when our adversaries are on the move. I want to note my sincere gratitude to both the chairman of the Education and Workforce Committee as well as the committee staff for working with my team on these amendments. The amendment assures that special administrative regions of China, including Hong Kong and Macau, are covered under the definition of a foreign country of concern in this bill. Again, to get back to this notion that we know they're going to launder money through those areas. It is common sense edit that secures American colleges and universities against the #1 existential threat to our way of life, the Communist Party of China. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Chair, I believe I have the right to close. I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman's recognized.
And I reserve.
The gentleman from Tennessee has reserved. The gentleman from has the right to close. Do you want to reserve?
I reserve, yes.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, this is a no-nonsense amendment. This makes sure that we cover our flank, that we identify those areas where we know that other countries can launder money through to influence our campuses. We saw it in the spring. We saw it over this past year. Bad behavior on college campuses. We've got to make sure that this money isn't getting through dark channels, back channels, and influencing our universities and our youth. With that, I urge adoption of my amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Tennessee yields. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Did he yield back? Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield myself the balance of the time.
Gentleman's recognized.
Just to say that everyone from a foreign country, even a foreign country of concern, is not here for malign purposes. Some are here to do research, and the idea that people are here with malign purposes, they're going to use coffee and donuts to advance that agenda, I think is not necessary for our national defense. I would hope we defeat the amendment, and I yield back.
From Tennessee, those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It's now in order to consider amendment number 2, printed at House Report 119-38. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in House Report number 119-38, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 242, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Ensures that Chinese military companies are included as foreign entities of concern for the purposes of this bill, which would subject such companies to a strict $0 threshold for gifts and contracts. This section of 1260H list was established in the FY 2021 National Defense Authorization Act and has since been used as a blacklist for Chinese military companies who are directly or indirectly owned, controlled, or beneficially owned by the People's Liberation Army or the Central Military Commission of the Chinese Communist Party. Needless to say, these companies aren't here to be our friends. They hate us and they want to harm us. They're here to steal our technology and advance China's military modernization efforts. And even so, there's going to be colleges in this country that get so captivated by a dollar figure that they would salivate at the chance to work with our enemies. Some of America's most sensitive property is housed or developed at our universities. And if there's a whiff of partnership between the institution of higher education and a Chinese military company, the American people deserve to know the details of every last gift and contract. I reserve.
Tennessee reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition and am prepared to close, so I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. Gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Chairman, the definition of a foreign entity of concern in this bill would include any company subject to the jurisdiction or direction of a government like China's. While constructive, there's still nothing in the underlying text of this bill and nothing within the definition of a foreign entity of concern that would automatically refer to the section of 1260H list of Chinese military companies. Since the Section 1260H list is something that the Secretary of Defense is instructed to update, it's possible that there's a natural delay as to when Chinese military companies are designated as foreign entities of concern for the purposes of this act. This amendment provides a clarity and ensures that any U.S. college or university entering into a contract with or receiving a donation from Section 1260H list company is required to first receive a Section 117A waiver from the Department of Education. Again, the reporting threshold for foreign entities of concern is 0, meaning that a gift or contract of any size or scope has to be reported. Now, Mr. Chairman, again, this is about accountability. We know that they're here to steal our secrets. We know they want to undermine us. And as we go into the next phase of warfare that's not just on the battlefield, but it's cyber war and its capabilities therein, we know that China is aggressive in these spaces. They're in our universities. They're on our campuses. They want to steal this information. We have to have a mechanism of accountability and reporting so that we know who's doing what and where. It's that simple. And it will require universities to pick their partners carefully, to make sure that they are safeguarding the very technologies that they are being entrusted to house on behalf of the U.S. government and the U.S. people. We don't need to enable the Chinese military, their modernization, their weaponization, their attack on us, our Constitution, our way of life. All this does is require reporting. This isn't calling every Chinese individual a bad actor, but is acknowledging the fact that they are our enemy and they are not our friend, and they want to supplant us as the sole world power. With that, I'll urge adoption of the amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Tennessee yields. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself the balance of the time.
I'm sorry?
I yield myself the balance of the time. Mr. Chairman, this amendment would add Chinese military companies to the definition of foreign entity of concern. It seems to me that if it is a Chinese military company, it would already be considered under the definition of an entity concern because they are, quote, subject to the jurisdiction or direction of China, which is a foreign country of concern. So I don't know if this adds anything. I think it would be duplicative language, and therefore I would recommend a no vote. Yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It's now in order to consider amendment number 3, printed in House Report 119-38. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I thought I had an amendment in nature of a substitute that would be called last.
It's now in order to consider amendment number 3, printed in House Report 119-38. Does the gentleman have an amendment?
I have an amendment in nature of a substitute, Mr. Chairman. I have a...
That amendment is not in order.
To the desk.
The clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in House Report number 119-38, offered by Mr. Scott of Virginia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 242, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to offer a Democratic amendment in nature of a substitute to H.R. 1048. As I've mentioned, universities collaborate with various international entities to advance complex research inquiries that contribute to the advancement of our knowledge of many issues. These international partnerships allow for a diverse range of perspectives and resources that help our nation make significant strides in health, science, and technology. As I've mentioned before, my Democratic colleagues and I remain committed to ensuring that universities and colleges have the resources to safeguard their work from undue foreign influence. However, I appreciate the majority's interest in addressing the important issue, but I'd like to emphasize again that their proposal is far too extreme and would not promote compliance, but rather deter universities from conducting collaborative research. Specifically, with such harsh fines and limited opportunities for research to receive guidance from the Department of Education, I'm concerned that these changes to Section 117 of the Higher Education Act will discourage universities from collaborating with international entities, including our strong allies, that are essential in solving important global issues. At a time when President Trump is already illegally halting vital research across the country through disruptions to USAID and NIH funding, this international collaboration is now more essential than ever. So I'm concerned that we still see language that targets individual faculty members for their collaborations with foreign entities, including their own colleagues on campus. That kind of targeting easily leads to hurtful consequences rooted in xenophobia for innocent scholars and students. We have a responsibility to strike a balance between enforcing the law and fostering safe campuses for students, scholars, and faculty. Unlike the DETERRENT Act, this Democratic substitute takes a thoughtful approach to Section 117 compliance to support universities as they evaluate and implement their research integrity and foreign influence policies. In addition to requiring the filing of annual reports for gifts and contracts from foreign entities, our amendment would create a robust database that the Department of Education will hold, and the Department of Education will hold these reports. It establishes common sense sanctions for noncompliance that allow for room to help universities who need support scaling up their compliance efforts rather than punishing them by pursuing civil penalties, and establishes a single point of contact for the department, who can't be some unverified DOJ staffer, to coordinate 117 compliance. The substitute also builds on a robust work done through implementation of the CHIPS and Science Act and the subsequent interagency work of the Biden administration to protect federally funded research and development from foreign influence. Our amendment would align reporting requirements to those of other federal agencies and require the Secretary of Education to go through negotiated rulemaking to address key implementation aspects of Section 117 with relevant higher education and national security stakeholders. So I urge my colleagues to support the Democratic substitute rather than the underlying bill to enhance the ability of our nation's universities to protect against undue foreign influence while supporting international partnerships that enhance groundbreaking scientific research, build relations across cultures, and increase our national competitiveness. I reserve the balance of my time, and I'd let the chairman know that I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I stand in opposition.
The gentleman recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, this is essentially the same amendment that my friend and colleague, Ranking Member Scott, offered last Congress on the floor, as well as this Congress during committee markup. Sadly, the same serious problems remain, I believe. Instead of taking the threat of foreign influence seriously, this amendment is insufficient to protect our students and institutions from our worst adversaries. The amendment first makes it easier for foreign sources to be undetected, doubling the threshold for contracts to $100,000 and allowing gifts under $250,000 over a 3-year span to be unreported. Bad actors will seek any possible way to avoid transparency about their attempts to harm America through their influence over American post-secondary education. And a strict threshold is essential to stop that from happening. The annual thresholds in deterrent are simple and align with other requirements in existing law, such as in the CHIPS Act and the Presidential Memorandum on United States government supported research and development national security policy. Shockingly, this amendment includes no differences for America's biggest enemies, countries of concern, and entities of concern. In my Democrats' colleagues' minds, it appears that gifts from Russia, China, Iran, are the exact same gifts as those from England. I want to remind everyone here that deterrent uses a tailored list of countries and individuals pulled from existing law that have a proven track record of being security threats and actively working against the United States. The Democrat ANS also has terrible carve-outs that provide gaping loopholes for cunning adversaries. The amendment allows gifts and contracts to be rendered anonymous with no foreign source identification and also exempts all clinical trials. These loopholes will make it easier for foreign sources to conceal their relationships, rendering disclosures all but useless. Simple transparency is the best way to ensure partnerships are as good as institutions claim. Finally, the Democrat proposal ensures schools have no financial risk for failing to disclose foreign funds. Under this proposal, years of flouting Section 117 simply allows schools to go right back to their same financial state before accepting the gift in the first place. It's time to take foreign influence seriously. I stand against this amendment, and you're prepared to close? So let me finish then. It's time we hold institutions accountable for accepting foreign donations and keeping them from public. The bipartisan support we have for this bill shows the seriousness of this problem. This amendment shows that some Democrats are still willing to turn a blind eye to attempts by hostile regimes to influence students and faculty in our college campuses. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment and support the underlying bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized. Mr. Speaker, I think the gentleman from Michigan had the right to close, so I'll just yield back.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
No, you just yielded back.
Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Do you have anything to say in closing? I yield back the balance of my time.
Is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Recorded vote.
The gentleman from Virginia asked for a recorded vote pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia will be postponed. It's now in order to consider amendment number 4, printed in House Report 119-38. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 4, printed in House Report number 119-38, offered by Mr. Self of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 242, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Self, and a member opposed, each will have control of 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support my amendment. I am outraged that our universities and institutions are receiving gifts or entering into contracts with foreign countries that seek to destroy or harm the United States. H.R. 1048, the DETERRENT Act, would strengthen disclosure requirements by reducing the threshold from $250,000 to $50,000. But those provisions are not strong enough. The American people deserve to know where every single dollar coming from adversary foreign sources, no matter how small. That's why I am introducing an amendment to slash the reporting threshold from $50,000 all the way down to $1. Total transparency of every cent. Any foreign gift, no matter how small, can influence our democracy, and we must close any loophole that lets foreign actors purchase, access, or sway our institutions. This is not about research. This is about human intelligence collection and business espionage. Having spent time in the intelligence community while I was in the military, this is a serious matter. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and ensure full transparency. Our constituents demand transparency today, and I say let's give them transparency. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself. I rise in opposition to the bill and yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. And I understand the gentleman has yielded back.
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, by lowering the reporting threshold to $1, universities would be required to report every single gift from any country if the person is not a citizen of the United States. That would be every cup of coffee, every donut, every ride home would have to be reported. This would create an unworkable increase in reporting requirements for universities and individual faculty members, which would undoubtedly lead to a significant backlog at the Department of Education when trying to review the reports and adhering to tight disclosure guidelines and timetables. This doesn't have anything to do with national security. I think it's just an administrative nightmare, and therefore I would ask for a no vote and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlemen have yielded back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
And ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 5, printed in House Report 119-38. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
I have an amendment, Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 5, printed in House Report number 119-38, offered by Ms. Tlaib of Michigan.
Pursuant to House Resolution 242, the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan.
Mr. Chair, this is another bill, yet another attempt to attack aimed at dismantling higher education in our nation. Last week, we know that President Trump ordered the illegal elimination of the Department of Education, threatening the future of millions of children across every district in our country. And he's using this threat of cutting off federal funding as a negative approach, very much taking a tool right here to pressure the universities and administrations to submit to his will in violation of freedom of speech for their students. Instead of addressing, Mr. Chair, any of these crises threatening our students and our education system, we're here voting today on a bill that goes after foreign scapegoats instead. We know that President Trump is the biggest threat to our education system in America right now, not someone in North Korea or China. So please, give me a break. I fully support financial transparency in our universities. No one is against that. No one. That's why I'm introducing amendments to this bill to ensure that transparency around our university and the relationships with so-called countries of concern includes countries whose leaders have active arrest warrants issued against them by the International Criminal Court, to include countries actively on trial with the International Court of Justice for violating the Genocide Convention and the Geneva Conventions. I'm calling for transparency, Mr. Chair, around university investments in companies profiting from violations of international law. But my colleagues are not interested, of course, when it comes to that sort of transparency. My colleagues are not interested in holding countries with human rights abuses accountable. They are not interested in voting to uphold international law, Mr. Chair. They are only interested in voting to protect countries like, governments like the Israeli government apartheid regime. In fact, many of my colleagues have cheered on expulsion, arrest, deportation of university students, calling for the exact type of transparency and exercising their First Amendment right, Mr. Chair, their constitutional right. You don't have to agree with them, Mr. Chair. No one does. But it's their right. It's their right to, again, express their disagreement with policy and decisions by a foreign government. So, in fact, many of my colleagues, again, continue to say there's transparency for some countries in relationship with universities, but not certain other countries, even if they have an investigation actively with the international court system. So this is not about transparency, as it's claimed. It's truly about destroying freedom of speech and the most important American value in our country, the right to dissent. With that, Mr. Chair, I yield back, or reserve my time.
Gentlelady reserved for what purpose?
To claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to the amendment. The Deterrent Act conforms Section 117 with other existing regulations, which is why the bill's definitions of country of concern comes from existing law. The 4 countries on the countries of concern list are rightfully in statute as unique threats to the United States. China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran represent countries that are actively hostile to the U.S. and are serious security threats. Deterrent ensures that any relationship with these countries are extremely cautious and proactively transparent. In contrast, this amendment attempts to use illegitimate international criminal court to determine what countries are threats to the United States. The people of the United States in majority do not support that. As President Trump has stated, the ICC has baselessly asserted jurisdiction over the United States, and our citizens agree. And its allies like Israel and further abused its power by issuing frivolous arrest warrants. There is no reason to use the ICC to define what countries are actively seeking to harm the United States. We can do that. I oppose this amendment that targets Israel and hurts American interests, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Michigan is recognized.
I think countries of concern is perfectly explained in my amendment. This is to say, again, I know for a fact that some of these countries killed American citizens. Some of them are literally openly killing American citizens. And the countries of concern, to explain this is so important, that the International Court of Justice, if there's any violation, again, these are violations to the Geneva Convention and the Genocide Convention. If we're, again, specifically talking about making sure that universities are not, again, engaged in whatever they're calling a so-called threat to our country, why is it that certain countries, again, who are under investigation for violating international law, many of which are under investigation for, war crimes like bombing hospitals and schools and everything, and they're using it in a way that is also violating people's freedom of speech and using, again, some of the resources they have and silencing many university students, especially those, again, that are speaking out against genocide that is happening in Gaza. And so I think it's really important that if we're for transparency, then let's talk about all violations of international law and human rights and all countries, again, countries of interest, to include all of those folks that are, again, have active cases and arrest warrants for the people running their country. You can go back and forth about whether or not you think the ICC is legitimate, but it exists. It exists to prevent what is actually happening right now. And again, I think it's important that if we're going to be consistent about whether or not we're protecting American interest, what about Americans that are being killed by countries of interest that I'm trying to include here? What about them? What about the folks that continue to be their rights being violated when they travel to those countries? I think it's really important and critical that if we're going to say this to universities, that we're going to go ahead and target higher education, that we're consistent in what we say is a violation to international law, human rights, and I think, Mr. Chair, is so important, that we continue to protect the American interest. And right now, it is very clear that this is an attack. Again, the opposition to this is because it's an attack on the fact that many folks want the right to speak out against certain countries that are, again, violating international law. It's critical that we protect the right to dissent in our country. It is critical. So many of my colleagues, even when I don't agree with them, I protect their right to speak up and say whatever they want, even if I disagree. I know what this is about. This is about silencing people. But if you're going to do it, you better include the folks that are committing genocide. With that, I reserve.
Time has expired. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
I'm prepared to close. Her time has expired. My colleague's time is, okay. Again, this amendment, Mr. Chair, is designed, I believe, to target Israel at a time when it is desperately seeking to defend its citizens against terrorists. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
Time has expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Michigan. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no.
Request a recorded vote.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
No.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Michigan seek recognition?
I request a recorded vote, Mr. Chair.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Michigan will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 6, printed in the House Report 119-38. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 6, printed in House Report number 119-38, offered by Ms. Tlaib of Michigan.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan.
Mr. Chair, this amendment is to discuss whether or not, again, that our body here, the United States House of Representatives, that we are standing again and making sure that we don't undermine international law and the institutions that work to uphold it, especially the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court. I think it's incredibly harmful to allow many of my colleagues to take great lengths right here to protect war criminals, apartheid regimes, folks that continue to commit war crimes and targeting civilians, including tent communities, schools, hospitals, while undermining, again, this bill undermines international legal system for seeking to hold various officials, again, countries that are violating crimes against humanity. And so, again, it's really important. My amendment basically allows us to include countries that are currently under investigation or have already, their leaders, been convicted or have an arrest warrant out for the fact that they've committed violation of international human rights laws. But I know when it comes to Russia or China, my colleagues like to talk about rule-based international order. But when it comes to governments like the government of Israel, my colleagues are willing to throw international law in the shredder. Their actions consistently undermine the principle of equal justice under law when they protect perpetrators of the most horrific crimes against humanity. I wish my colleagues would see what is happening. I wish you would see that these children, no matter their ethnicity, we should be saving their lives. We shouldn't allow to enable it or embolden it. So again, their actions undermine, again, consistently undermining the principle of equal justice. It is up to world leaders, of course, we know everywhere, to affirm our commitment to international law, but let's be consistent about it. No matter who's committing it, no matter who's committing it, it still is a violation of international human rights laws. So it's important to support the International Court of Justice, International Criminal Court. They were created so we can prevent genocides, that we can stop, again, what is happening in Gaza. And so with that, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
To claim the time in opposition.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to the amendment. The DETERRENT Act ensures Section 117 is aligned with existing statute. The 4 countries on the countries of concern list are rightfully in statute as unique threats to the United States. That's our concern. China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran represent countries that are actively hostile to the U.S. and are serious security threats. Endowment investments in companies controlled by our adversaries could result in dangerous support for our enemies. This is why deterrent requires institutions to disclose any such investments of concern, It's important for our wealthiest institutions to be transparent with the public about this danger. In contrast, this amendment attempts to use the illegitimate International Criminal Court. The illegitimate International Criminal Court to determine what countries are threats to the United States and targets endowment investments into those threats. The ICC has baselessly asserted jurisdiction over the United States and its allies, like Israel, and further abused its power by issuing frivolous arrest warrants. There is no reason to use the ICC to define what countries are actively seeking to harm the United States and what endowment investments should be transparent. I oppose this amendment that targets Israel and hurts American interests, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Michigan is recognized.
I think, it's really important to understand the International Criminal Court right now is investigating right now an active case against what's happening in Sudan. Are we saying we're not caring? Because I completely agree. Any country, Iran, China, Russia, any country that has an active investigation or has arrest warrants for their leadership in the International Criminal Court system, and these international, systems that are in place was to prevent and, protect the interest of the American people. All of us support upholding international law because it protects it protects our country, but it also incredibly protects, the rule of law and making sure that, war crimes are not being committed. So I really urge my colleagues to understand we need to be consistent here. If you're going to say we're going to go after universities, because I know what this is about. Is this really about China and Russia and protecting in our interest? Or is this really about trying to protect, folks that are trying to not protect certain people for speaking up in regards to what is happening in Gaza? Because the attack on higher education right now and freedom of speech, it is incredibly dangerous. The right to dissent in our country, the freedom of speech, First Amendment, you do not have to agree. I was on my campus when I didn't agree what people said about immigrants, what people said about other countries. But I, understood the American value of people having their right and their First Amendment right to speak up. What we're doing here is attacking and targeting universities because we don't like that their student body read about the atrocities that the government of Israel is doing. This is what this is about. And I think people need to be honest what this is about and not shy around about it. But I'll tell you, the international court system that is in place, it was created because of some horrific history that has happened in our world, and we were trying to prevent it. For us to now say it's illegitimate is wrong, and it's not the direction that we should be going in. This is literally the place that, are being investigated a number of other countries for egregious war crimes, egregious violence on women and children. And now, because we don't agree that they went after one country that, many of my colleagues who disagree with me, but I can tell you, it takes a lot of investigation, talks to doctors, nurses, so many people on the ground, NGOs and other international organizations that led to, the investigation that has led an international criminal court. With that, Mr. Chair, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Is the gentlelady ready to close?
Oh, you can close. I thought you closed.
I'm ready to close. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Michigan is recognized.
How much time?
Gentlewoman has 30 seconds.
So really quick, I think just to close, I think it's important to know right now the International Court of Justice is investigating Congo, Uganda, Philippines, Venezuela, Sudan. These are countries that have been under investigation into the criminal court system. I don't have all the details, but I think it's important to understand that we can't see we're delegitimized when it's a country that you don't agree, a country that you disagree is committing these crimes. The process is there for a reason, Mr. Chair. And it's to make sure that we uphold international human rights laws, no matter who is committing those egregious crimes. With that, I yield.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the concern and the passion of my colleague from Michigan. And I concur that I and the co-sponsors of this bill believe in First Amendment liberties and freedom of expression. This bill is about specific concerns. Not all of the countries of the world. I'm not sure if my colleague was here during the debate to hear the actual statistics of the dollars that have been invested by malign actors, countries of concern in this country, that don't compare with any other that was in the list that my colleague read. But again, this amendment on this bill, outside of the specifics of the bill, is designed to attack Israel for daring to defend itself from terrorists, which they did. This amendment has no place in the bill. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. All time for debate on the amendment has expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Michigan. Those in favor, say aye. Those opposed, say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Michigan will be postponed. The chair understands that amendment number 7 will not be offered. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee now do rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 1048, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereof.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration H.R. 1048 and has come to no resolution thereon.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, gentleman from Pennsylvania, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, we can't request to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate Frozen Food Month and recognize the vital role that frozen foods play in American households. Frozen food is more than just a convenient option. It's a solution to food waste and a way to save families hundreds of dollars. Studies show that frozen produce is less likely to be wasted compared to fresh produce that spoils over time, giving consumers access to affordable, nutritious food year-round. By freezing food at its peak, we preserve both flavor and nutrients, making it a smart choice for families looking to eat well while managing their budgets. For millions of Americans, especially those facing time constraints, frozen food offers an affordable, easy way to enjoy balanced meals. Nearly every American household relies on frozen foods, whether it's vegetables, fruits, breakfast items, or even complete meals. This March, Let's take a moment to recognize the hard work of our nation's frozen food producers and the critical role that frozen foods play in keeping America nourished. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At a time when food prices are rising and it's harder for families to make ends meet, we should not be cutting food assistance programs. But that is exactly what is happening. Earlier this month, the administration announced a $1 billion cut to local food purchasing for schools and food banks. Local farms who rely on these programs for consistent purchases of their food no longer have an important market. And it means that locally grown, more nutritious food is no longer available for food banks and schools. And then just yesterday, USDA announced that it was ending part of the Farm to School program. This program for years incentivized local food procurement for school meals. Dozens of schools in Westchester and the Bronx rely on these programs as a way to provide healthy food to students. Similarly, Feeding Westchester and City Harvest do yeoman's work to provide food for families and kids in need at the best value. If fresh food is no longer available, our community will suffer. These cuts must be reversed and quickly. Time is of the essence when it comes to our children having enough to eat. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Deluzio, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent for all members to have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the subject of my special order.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am honored and proud to represent the people of Western Pennsylvania, good, hardworking, patriotic people who are pretty frustrated. We are not living in normal times. This should not be a normal run-of-the-mill special order hour. What I will convene today, my colleagues on the Democratic side of the aisle, who you'll hear from, these are people who know how to fight for their people. They know how to win. They're not shy or afraid about a righteous fight. They are members of Congress in this chamber from across the country, across the ideological spectrum, and may not agree on everything. Certainly we don't. But we agree that too many in our party have lost their way, and it's time to wake the heck up. Now, don't misunderstand me. This administration and those helping them are wreaking havoc on so much of our country. We see Social Security under attack. Social Security Administration workers, their ability to deliver the hard-earned benefits that seniors have worked their whole lives for. We see VA employees on the chopping block, fired, contracts scrutinized and then cut. The promise of this country to care for veterans betrayed. We see cancer research, life-saving medicine trials, clinical trials interfered with, threatened, funding on the chopping block. The American people are mad. They should be mad. And look, this administration's approval ratings, they're in free fall. American people are rejecting so much of what we see. But too many on my side of the aisle aren't giving a strong enough alternative, a bold enough alternative. And while the president's numbers may be in free fall, we also see favorability of the Democratic Party at record lows. The lowest CNN has seen since 1992. There has not been a strong enough vision from Democrats on this side of the aisle. We have something to say. Our party needs to change, and economic populism and patriotism should be where we go, standing up for people to revive the American dream. Democrats should be fighting hard against corruption, and the giant corporations who fund so much of that. We should be fighting against anyone else, any force, any company, you name it, that has made life a ripoff for our people. Folks are mad, and they should be. It's justifiable anger. The American dream is gone for too many people. People who work hard, who play by the rules and yet can't catch a break, who see life as too expensive. People are right. The American people understand that our economy has been rigged against so many. And I say the American dream hasn't slipped away, it has been ripped away. I'm 40 years old. My generation, and those younger than me, the first generation in a long time since the Second World War, who now grows up and don't expect to be better off than their parents. That's what the American dream is all about. It didn't just happen on accident. There are villains here. Corporate power and corruption have been eating away at the American dream. Hedge funds, speculators buying up houses, jacking up the cost of that housing, becoming lousy landlords, pricing people out of what could be a nest egg for their retirement, their home. Monopolies jacking up prices and killing small businesses every chance they can get. Pharmacy benefit managers, or PBMs, raising the cost of medicine, killing local pharmacies. The list goes on and on. Now, this president and others on the other side have capitalized on this anger, used it to get power, lift up their efforts now to let robber barons plunder this government, to attack the fundamental bargain with our seniors and veterans and so many others. Democrats need to wake up and stop defending elites and the establishment. They have failed the American people. Across both parties, those who have been in power have failed at the fundamental task of protecting and strengthening the American dream. So today, a group of us are coming forward, coming to the floor, proposing a new way ahead for Democrats, a new way ahead for this country. We need a fighting spirit of economic populism. It is patriotic. We need this patriotism to be at the heart of this fight and our fight against corruption and anyone else who's in the way of our people and who has wrecked the American dream. So what does this mean, this economic populism? In a sentence, it is fighting for a life that people can afford. It's bringing corporate power to heel. It is taking on the corruption that pervades this town, Washington. And the economy and what life costs people should never be an afterthought for anyone who serves in a chamber like this. And it ought to put the people who work their butts off front and center of what our government does and who we think about every day and every action. It is fighting for a life that people can afford, and it is bringing corporate power to heel. Because we know that out-of-control corporate power leads to higher cost. It leads to worse safety. It leads to lower quality, and we see it play out across so much of our economy. It's weakened our defense industrial base, and thus it's weakened our military. It's hurt small businesses across main streets all over our districts. It has crushed workers. It has led to rising costs that we all live with. And we should take on corruption no matter where we see it, no matter the party. The last thing that we need is a bunch of wimps looking for a win-win every time. Not every fight is going to have a win-win. There are villains in this story, in this society of ours, who have made life miserable for so many. You call them robber barons, you call them oligarchs, whatever you want. But we got to be willing to take them on. And this embrace of economic populism, it might sound and look different depending on where in the country or who the messenger is. For me, I'm a Navy guy. I served at sea. I served in Iraq. To me, this is a patriotic and righteous fight. And I'm from Western Pennsylvania, the Rust Belt, a place where we saw the rich and powerful plot to strip us for parts. We're the people who made the steel that built America. We've always answered this country's call. Those efforts to strip us, to wreck our way of life, no more. Now, you'll hear from members, again, across the ideological spectrum on the Democratic side today, but we're united in this. The era of a spineless Democratic Party must end. Now is not the time for wimpy concessions and then call it a win-win. Not when the American dream has been killed for so many people in America. And now is not the time to shy from a fight against corruption. Our people see it and they know that our government has allowed the economy to be rigged against people. Those villains, that corruption, they want you to think the problem is some woke college kid or some trans kid who wants their liberty, wants their freedom. That's not why your prescription drugs are expensive. It's not why housing is expensive. It's that corruption and those villains who want you thinking that when they're the ones who've made life terrible for people. We know the real root of the problem is corruption and corporate power run amok. And too many have been pathetic at talking about corruption and showing that they're up for this fight. And some on this side of the aisle have been complicit, helping corporations plunder this country. That should end. And we have to be willing to go to the mat for an economy that works for people who work hard, who play by the rules and want the American dream back. The roots of this party that I'm proud to be a part of go back to the New Deal. It is a working class party at its core. Allowing somebody else to fake economic populism and win power is real and dangerous, and we are living through the cost of it right now. But again, the people you're here from today, they work hard and fight hard for their districts. They get this. They're not faking populism, and they know how to win in places where you got to win. So I'm proud to start to introduce my colleague, From the great state of Connecticut, the gentle lady from Connecticut, Ms. DeLauro. And yield 5 times, Mr. Speaker. 5 minutes, Mr. Speaker.
Let me just say thank you to my colleague from Pennsylvania, who at his roots understands the plight of working Americans, middle-class families, working families, and the vulnerable, and stands tall on their behalf and wants to utilize the good offices of this institution to make sure that it does what the Founding Fathers intended it to do, and that is to provide opportunity for people in this nation. That's what my friend Congressman DeLuzio is all about. And one thing about this current administration is clear. They are doing nothing about the cost of living crisis in this nation, which is getting worse. President Trump said he will fight for the working class, but instead put Elon Musk and billionaires in charge of our government. I applaud again Representative DeLuzio for hosting this special order, economic patriotism, taking on corporate power, as well as for all his work supporting the right to organize, creating well-paying union jobs here in America. High prices are devastating the middle class, working class, and the vulnerable. Since my very first day in the Congress, I have been focused on lowering the cost of living for Americans who struggle to get by. And I am appalled by how many families who are struggling to afford basics while corporations get bigger, richer, and more influential over our lives than ever. President Trump, as I said, campaigned on lowering prices. He pledged to, quote, bring food costs down on day one. Instead, the opposite has happened. Food costs are rising. His own USDA, Department of Agriculture, recently reported egg prices could rise 41% over the next year. Since taking office, he has done nothing to help families struggling at the grocery checkout. As a result, big corporations are consolidating, creating monopolies, and making unbelievable profits. Cal-Maine, which controls about 1/5 of the domestic egg market and is the largest producer and distributor of shell eggs in the United States, has reported that its profits through the second quarter of 2025 fiscal year are 342% higher than the same period last year. Instead of doing anything to address this cost of living crisis, the president has stacked his cabinet with billionaire after billionaire, empowering them to slash the programs American families rely on, with no oversight, no disclosures about their conflicts of interest. Elon Musk, the unchecked billionaire leading the efforts to end Social Security as we know it, owes the success of his companies to billions in federal contracts and huge factories in China. Yet he refuses to answer any questions from the Congress about his investments. These issues concern every American. Democrats are standing up for them, standing up against the blatant corporation of this administration, the giant corporations padding their profits at the expense of the middle class and the working class. And the Republican focus is to rip away programs like Social Security and Medicaid. The fact is that American families today are living paycheck to paycheck. And some of the biggest corporations in the country are taking advantage of it, all while Americans are paying more for less due to corporate price gouging, shrinkflation, and while the CEOs of the nation's largest grocery stores and supermarkets rake in record salaries. I just came from a congressional hearing, our Steering and Policy Committee, Democratic Steering and Policy Committee, on food prices and food stamps, and listening to the stories of working Americans with families who are hard-pressed and who are frightened to death of a $230 billion cut to the food stamp program, which would end that lifeline for themselves and for their families. And last year, the FTC identified the large grocery store chains exploited product shortages due to the pandemic by raising prices significantly, more than needed to cover their added costs, and they have continued to increase their profits. What is the Republicans' response to this cost of living crisis, driven by corporate consolidation and power? Why? To give out even more corporate tax cuts, of course. $4.5 trillion worth of them, to be precise, paid for by slashing Medicaid, which serves nearly a third of all Americans. Enough is enough, and it is time for this Congress, and it is time for Democrats to act to rein in this habitual price gouging from massive corporations, rein in the unchecked billionaires enriching themselves while Americans suffer, and rein in the Republican spending cuts targeting Social Security and Medicaid. If the Trump administration continues to prioritize tax cuts for the rich over price cuts for the middle class, then I will continue to stand with my colleagues as we call out their broken promises and fight back against their disastrous policies. There is another path forward, one which Democrats and Republicans could take together, a path of economic patriotism, where we take on corporate monopolies and the self-serving billionaires who are squeezing the middle class, the working class, and the vulnerable. A path that listens to the American people, protects programs like Medicaid and Social Security, while lowering the cost of living through proven policies like the expanded child tax credit, which lifted half of our children in this nation out of poverty, lowered the hunger rate, and provided a path forward in economic security for millions of families in the United States. That's the path that I am taking. It's the path that I know my colleague, Congressman DeLuzio, is taking, and I hope that my colleagues on both sides of the aisle will join us in this effort. And I thank you for organizing this effort.
Thank you, gentlemen. Not just for joining us today, but for your long commitment to the dignity of work, for fighting for people, for better trade policy, and so much else. I'm honored now to welcome in a colleague from California, but who has strong Pennsylvania roots, which lends great credit to him. The gentleman from California, Mr. Khanna.
Well, thank you, Representative DeLuzio, for your leadership, for convening this group and focusing us on an agenda of economic patriotism. The reality is in this country, and as you know from in Western Pennsylvania, we have watched industry after industry leave the country for China and Mexico. Western Pennsylvania won us our freedom. They produced more steel than Japan and Germany combined in World War II. And yet today we've got 4% steel. China, 50% of the world's steel. Aluminum left, paper left, textiles left. Town after town in this country was hollowed out. Since 2000, 90,000 factories have closed. And that doesn't just mean jobs leaving. We've all heard the stories. People whose families were destroyed.
The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, message from the President of the United States.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Secretary.
I am directed by the President of the United States to deliver to the House of Representatives a message in writing.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
I thought the President was going to endorse our plan here on economic patriotism. The reality is these factories left, and you've had people who faced suicide. They had, one of the folks in Warren, Ohio, told me about 13 people, because of these plant closures, took their lives or faced severe depression. And our country for 50 years watched. Rosa DeLauro didn't watch. I mean, she was speaking out against these bad trade deals. But for most part of American history in the last 50 years, we watched the hollowing out of these communities. And we watched wealth pile up in districts like mine in Silicon Valley and New York. I mean, my district has $14 trillion of wealth. But the income inequality in this country soared. And so what this group wants to do, one of the things we want to do is to renew economic revitalization and manufacturing, advanced manufacturing in these communities, to have a real plan for new semiconductors, new robotics, advanced steel, advanced automobiles, and have new factories, new industry come up. Now, the president and J.D. Vance understood that the country was hollowed out, and they understood that people were angry, legitimately angry, and they understood that the ship of America had a huge hole in it. The problem is they get there, and their plan to solve this is to hand the reins to a number of headstrong billionaires who are libertarians. I've known these folks. I've known Elon for 15 years. I don't know what Elon knows about Johnstown, Pennsylvania, or Farrell, Pennsylvania, or Youngstown. I mean, he's going to go out and they're making deals with UAE and they're supercharging the private sector deals. The problem is that's not going to build the communities that have been hollowed out. We know what builds communities, from Hamilton to Lincoln to FDR. We need a government that says, if you make it in America, we will buy it. That's what we did, by the way, for SpaceX. That's what we did for Intel. That's what we did in World War II. We need a government that says, if you skill the factories here, we'll help finance it. We need a government that says, we're going to work to invest in the plumbers and electricians and machinists so that we can actually have a workforce that builds these the new factories we need. We need to say that we're going to have housing in this area to have economic revitalization. We need a national economic development strategy. And Senator Rubio and I actually co-authored a bill on that. But that's not what the White House is doing. Instead, they think that just having these billionaires cut deals with the private sector is going to help the working or middle class. It'll help my district. We'll make more money with AI. It'll help more of the financial and technology elites. I'll tell you what it's not going to do. It's not going to rebuild the communities that have had a raw deal in America. And what economic patriots believe, even though we have different ideologies, is that it is ordinary Americans who built this country. It's working class Americans and middle class Americans who built the country. The genius lies not with the billionaires and the technologists. It lies with hardworking Americans, and we're going to build this country back from the bottom up. That's our belief. And I appreciate Representative DeLuzio's leadership on this. If you give me, am I out of time, Representatives? Give me one more minute, because my friend Fareed Zakaria had this whole spiel on how manufacturing doesn't matter. I like Fareed usually, but on this he's dead wrong. He cited Japan and Germany as countries that did manufacturing and missed the tech boom. And so he said, well, we should do the tech boom and the finance boom, and we don't need to do manufacturing. Well, he didn't cite one country that did a bit of both. China. China did a lot of manufacturing. They took all of our manufacturing. And America needs to understand, if we're going to innovate, yes, we should innovate on technology. Yes, we should innovate on finance. But we also have to have advanced manufacturing in this country to remain the world superpower. People say comparative advantage, but comparative advantage, you get to choose what your comparative advantage is in. If China had just done comparative advantage, they would have been growing rice for 30 years. That was their comparative advantage. They said, no, we want to build things. Well, it's time America realizes we want to be building things and realizes the value of advanced manufacturing. And Representative DeLuzio certainly gets it. He's one of the brightest voices in Congress. I also want to recommend his op-ed that I thought was the best piece written on trade policy, fair peace, in the last 30 years, if anyone that I've read. So I appreciate your leadership and appreciate your convening us.
Sir, I thank the gentleman from California who understands this deeply, of what we need to do, this economic patriotism, what it means for manufacturing, what it means for communities who saw these jobs not leave, but taken away by this ideology in Wall Street and the politicians around here who helped them, which said that all that mattered was chasing the cheapest labor, the weakest labor rules, non-existent environmental rules. It made them citizens of nowhere. They didn't care about this country or the communities and the people who worked hard to make them rich, whether they made the steel or anything else, as we did in America. And it's a stain on our story in this country, and frankly, it's not too patriotic. We think our side of the aisle, our party, ought to be dominating the fight to supercharge American manufacturing and jobs, not peddling this crap of telling industrial workers, go learn to code or something. That's nonsense. Let's invest in the jobs here to make stuff. Let's have a more muscular trade industrial policy. That's how we get back on the road to economic freedom for people. And members on both sides of the aisle here, both parties, have long embraced this wrong for decades neoliberal disaster of unlimited and free trade. I think it's been a failure of government across the board. We should push back on these lousy trade deals. We trade with our friends, we trade with others, but we do it on fair terms. What's not fair is seeing American workers undercut by governments like Communist China that use the power of the state to dump artificially cheap products in our markets, that circumvent our trade rules, that let their workers be exploited. We've got to beef up trade enforcement on Communist China and others like them. There have to be meaningful consequences. Let's have tariffs be part of that, but be smart and strategic. What we've seen this administration do has been chaotic. It's been reckless. Businesses cannot plan. There is no certainty day to day of what the trade environment will be. And it is absent from any full strategic industrial policy that is at the heart of economic patriotism. To make more stuff in America, you got to have a full policy that is centered by workers and industrial policy. One of my colleagues who gets this deeply, this idea of economic patriotism, I'm proud to yield to Mr. Ryan of New York, a West Point grad, who I won't hold that against you too much, but deeply understands this, understands the fight that we need, and understands that our core economic patriotism ought to be what we're all about. I yield to the gentleman from New York.
I want to thank my colleague, Mr. DeLuzio, for your leadership on this, for bringing this group together, for reminding us that as Americans who love this country, we need that strong, muscular economic patriotism to serve my constituents in my district, which is the Hudson Valley of New York State, and across this country. And Mr. Speaker, I rise today because I love this country. I believe it is the greatest country in the history of the world, and I believe it is worth fighting for, and we must fight for it now. I also believe when you see something that isn't working, you stand up and you do everything in your power to fix it. Our country and our party are at a crossroads, and it's up to us, the people with the incredible honor to stand on the floor of the United States House of Representatives in this chamber, to forge the path forward. Unlike some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, I won't try to deny the outcome of the election in November 2024. Too many Americans felt Democrats had become the party of the elites and had stopped meeting people where they are, the pain that they're feeling in their lives and their families at their kitchen table when they get up in the morning and go to work and come home exhausted at night. Democrats need to learn from our mistakes. This moment is not ideological. It's about who fights for the people and who fights for the elites. I believe, first and foremost, if you're using labels like moderate or progressive, you're missing the entire point. I gave former President Biden hell for failing to secure our border. I think that's a nonpartisan issue. That doesn't make me a, quote, moderate. I campaigned with my colleague AOC against big corporations screwing over my constituents and polluting the Hudson River in my district. That doesn't make me a progressive. If the last election made anything clear, its high costs and economic pain are first and foremost on our constituents' minds. Donald Trump promised to help with that. He has not, unequivocally. In fact, everything he's done in office has helped his billionaire cronies, who, by the way, gave hundreds of millions of dollars to his campaign at the expense of families like the ones that I represent in my district across the Hudson Valley. Trump's failure to bring down costs is handing Democrats the answer on a silver platter. Our response cannot stop at Donald Trump works for the wealthy, though, which is true. It must go further. Donald Trump works for the wealthy, and Democrats work and fight for you, the working class and middle class of this country, the economic patriots of the United States of America. Just over a year ago, I stood on this very floor and ultimately successfully called on the CEO of a local utility monopoly in my district, which had been screwing over my constituents, robbing them blind, literally emptying their savings accounts of their dwindling savings accounts due to a failure of their billing practices. I called on him to resign, and he was held accountable and did. That company ultimately paid $62 million back to my constituents in form of accountability. Now Optum, a healthcare company which is a subsidiary of United Health Group, the single largest health insurer in our country, and really one of only 3 companies in the United States of America that controls the entire healthcare market, has been buying up medical practices across my district. So just a few weeks ago, I launched a community inquiry. Thousands of my constituents and my neighbors and friends who have been hurt by Optum have responded, detailing horrific stories of declining healthcare quality, erroneous billing, and we're continuing to gather this evidence, the voices of the people, the American people, and to ultimately hold this big corporation who's been making record-breaking profits quarter after quarter accountable. Another example, for months, broadcast companies, big telecoms in New York, were in a deadlock fight over streaming rights that left over 1 million New Yorkers, paying customers, staring at blank screens, trying to watch sports games to take their mind off of all the pressures in their lives. Knicks fans and Rangers fans who'd paid couldn't see. As one of those fans, I was mad as hell that I had paid and couldn't watch a game while a multi-billion-dollar corporation kept raking in more profits and didn't seem to care at all about their paying customers. Thankfully, under pressure, that blackout has ended, and we're now demanding Optimum, the telecom, the main perpetrator of this, pay back the customers who were harmed. I've also introduced something called the Stop Sports Blackout Act. So if this ever happens again, there won't be a question that a company has to pay and give customers to refunds for games they couldn't watch. Whether in their utility bills, their health care bills, or just trying to watch a sports game, that's putting money back in people's pockets when pressure is so high, and that matters. In closing, before I yield the balance back to my colleague, there is so much power now in the voices of our communities, but only if we, their elected representatives, listen and act and elevate it. That's economic patriotism. I'm proud that as a Democrat, our party stands with law enforcement and police officers, stands with small businesses, stands with veterans, stands with hardworking families, with nurses, teachers, truck drivers. Democrats stand with our constituents, whether they voted for us or not. And yes, we stand against Donald Trump and his harmful policies, but we stand for so much more. A group of patriots, unyielding and unwavering in their dedication to fighting for the people and against anyone who would do them harm. That's the Democratic Party that I am proud to be a part of, and that is our path out of this moment. Thank you, and I yield the balance of my time to Mr. DeLuzio.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan. I thank the gentleman from New York for his fight, his stiff spine in this. I now want to recognize a colleague from Rhode Island who knows how to take on a good fight and win one. Gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magaziner.
Well, thank you to my friend, Mr. DeLuzio, for bringing us together and helping us have an important conversation about how we restore the mantle of fighting for working people. I was born and raised in the most patriotic town in the country, Bristol, Rhode Island. We have the oldest and longest running 4th of July celebration in the country. So I learned from a young age to be patriotic. But I also learned that patriotism is not just about parades and parties and barbecues. It's about believing in a country where anything is possible for those who are willing to work hard. And I know that because it's my family's story. At the turn of the last century, my mother's family came to America from Ireland and Poland. My grandfather fought in the Pacific, then came home and worked in a factory that made airplane parts. His wife, my grandmother, worked in a department store. Their jobs weren't glamorous, they weren't anything special, but they earned enough to buy a house, to raise 4 kids, and to build a stable middle-class life. My father's side of the family had a similar story. They came from Eastern Europe and settled in New York City. My great-grandfather got involved in labor organizing, and my grandfather was a bookkeeper at a company that sold fruit. They all came of age during the New Deal era, and they voted Democrat because they knew that the Democratic Party had the backs of working people. And then my parents met, they started a small business together, they were successful, and now here I am in the United States Congress, thanks to the hard work of the generations that came before me. Today in Rhode Island, I meet working people every day who remind me of my grandparents. Factory workers, house cleaners, nurses, kitchen workers, grinding out a living, believing that if they work hard and do the right thing, that better days lie ahead. But the more I hear from the working people I represent, they are frustrated with politics. They don't think either party represents them. They're working harder than ever and are having a hard time paying their bills. They certainly can't afford to save money. They see billionaires on Wall Street and in Silicon Valley get richer while they can't afford everything on their grocery list. They see Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, gleefully cutting services for seniors and veterans, and Donald Trump pushing yet another tax cut for the very rich. They see a Republican Party hell-bent on taking away people's health care, and a Democratic Party that means well, but tries to be all things to all people and too often fails to deliver. Our grandparents knew a Democratic Party that not only had good intentions, but that knew how to get things done. The working people I represent don't want a handout, but they do expect a level playing field and a fair shot, and they want a Democratic Party with a real plan. So what does that look like? It looks like making billionaires like Elon Musk pay their fair share so that we can give tax relief to the middle class. It looks like passing the PRO Act so that workers in retail and fast food can join a union and earn a ticket to the middle class, just like my grandfather did in his factory. It looks like universal preschool and affordable childcare, not just because it's good for kids, but because it helps parents work and build their savings. And it means passing my bill to guarantee 10 days of paid vacation for all workers, because Americans work hard and they deserve to take some time off every once in a while and enjoy their lives without losing their jobs or their income. For too long, the system in this town has been rigged for the wealthy and well-connected, but that does not have to be our future. There is a new generation rising, people who are tired of being left behind and are ready for something better. We don't need the Democratic Party to be all things to all people. We just need to reclaim our position as the party for working people. That work begins now. And I want to thank my colleagues who are here tonight who get it. I want to thank Representative DeLuzio for bringing us together. I am ready to roll up my sleeves alongside all of you, and I yield back to Mr. DeLuzio. Thank you.
Thank the gentleman for Rhode Island. He gets it, and this is not some hypothetical problem. We're living through the cost of losing and what it is to see the chaos and harm that comes from it. The Democratic Party has to do better. And so I'm very honored to introduce a colleague from the other side of the country who has been a bulldog in the fight against monopolies and so much else, a former chair of the Progressive Caucus, gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Jayapal.
Thank you so much, Congressman DeLuzio, for leading this conversation about how we can stand up for our people and unrig the economy. That is economic patriotism. I want to be very clear. Our economy has been rigged by giant corporations and the wealthiest for way too long. And as these corporations consolidate more power, the rich get richer, and everyone else is just struggling to get by just on the basics. They need groceries, housing, healthcare, basic medications. Private insurance companies are now buying up your local healthcare clinics and doctors' offices. In my home state of Washington, a handful of healthcare systems control 90% of hospital beds. And what does that mean? It means that people are seeing their costs triple while the quality of care goes down, all so that big pharma and corporate CEOs can pad their already overflowing pockets. Mergers are pushing independent grocery stores out of business. Today, just a few supermarket chains control all of the grocery stores in the country. Albertsons and Kroger's, two of the big grocery chains, actually tried to merge, and I was so proud to lead the amicus brief with other members of Congress to actually oppose that merger. And thanks to Democrats and the FTC under Lena Khan, we were able to stop that merger. Because we know and we've seen that when these mergers happen, corporations shut down stores, they fire workers, and they raise prices. Look at the housing market. when rents are sky high and there literally is not a single place in the country where someone can afford rent on the minimum wage, private equity is coming in to buy up the apartments and colluding to drive up the rents so it's even more unaffordable to keep a roof over your head. It wasn't always this way. From World War II to the late 1970s, we actually rigorously enforced our antitrust laws to ensure that mom and pop businesses had a chance to compete against these mega companies. Consumers had choices, and workers had good jobs. And you know what? Our economy actually grew. But starting with Republican President Ronald Reagan, that antitrust enforcement dwindled down and large corporations took over. And today, income and wealth inequality are higher than they have been in a century. And 2 months into the Trump administration, wages are still low and prices are still high. Does not need to be this way. We do not, in the richest country in the world, we do not suffer from scarcity, we suffer from greed. And we have to be willing to take that on. Take on corporate power and corruption and make a meaningful difference in the everyday lives of working people. We have to lower prices so that everyone can have a roof over their heads, put food on the table, send their kids for an education, and retire with dignity. We have to have living wages for every worker, and we have to tax the billionaires so that they just pay a little bit more of their fair share like everyone else is doing. We can and have to break up the largest corporations so they can't keep screwing regular people. We got to stand up and fight back against corruption, against greed, against consolidation, and for the American people to have that American dream. That is economic patriotism. That's what we're going to fight for, and I'm so grateful to my colleague from Pennsylvania for making sure we put that out there.
I thank the gentlelady from Washington, spot on, and I'm reminded of a quote from President Franklin Roosevelt, who faced the same kind of complaints from them who he called the economic royalists. We can call them robber barons, oligarchs, you name it. They complained that they said FDR was trying to overthrow the institutions of America, and I'll quote President Roosevelt. What they really complain of is that we seek to take away their power. Our allegiance to American institutions requires the overthrow of this kind of power. Here we are again. I think we can no longer allow anyone over here to play footsies with the corporate overlords and robber barons who have their heels on the necks of the American people. We need to restore competition and break the monopolies. And my colleague from the Granite State gets this, having worked in the Justice Department to take on monopolies, has been in the trenches in the fight against this kind of corporate power run amok. So I will yield, Mr. Speaker, to the gentlelady from New Hampshire, Ms. Goodlander.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and many thanks to my colleague from Pennsylvania for bringing us together this afternoon. Economic patriotism. We're coming from all across the country. We're coming from different backgrounds with different ideas, but we're united by things that are really powerful. We're united by a love of our country, by a belief in our country, by a belief fundamentally in the American people. You know, I was born and raised in the greatest state in the nation, the state of New Hampshire, the state that made the nation. We were the 9th to ratify the Constitution. And I was born and raised down the road from the family farm that my great-grandfather built when he came to this country. He was 16 years old. He didn't speak a word of English. But he believed in the American dream, and he raised my grandfather, Sam, on that farm. He was an economic patriot, my grandfather, Sam. He really believed your word is your bond. He believed that hustle was the name of the game. He milked cows, he baled hay, and he got his start as a businessman selling airplane rides at the Nashua airport. His slogan was $1 million thrill for a $1 bill. He went on to become a door-to-door salesman for Electrolux vacuum cleaners. He worked hard because he believed in the American dream. He was a lifelong Republican who loved with his whole heart one of our great presidents, I think maybe the greatest economic patriot we've seen in the White House, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt. And I was reminded today of a great speech that President Roosevelt gave 81 years ago, the Economic Bill of Rights, it's been called. He talked about economic rights that are self-evident, but as with all self-evident rights that we know in this great document, our Constitution, they aren't self-executing. I want to focus for a moment on one of the rights that President Roosevelt talked about. He said that there's a right of every businessman, businesswoman too, large and small, to trade in an atmosphere of freedom from unfair competition and domination by monopolies at home or abroad. Monopolies, it's been said on the floor of this House, on the floor of the United States Senate, that monopolies are inconsistent with our form of government. And it's true. The anti-monopoly spirit is as old as America. It's rooted in a simple idea that power has got to be checked. Just like political power, economic power has got to be checked too. But the fact is, big corporations, monopolies have too much power in America today. I see it everywhere I go. I come to Congress having worked in the Department of Justice in the Antitrust Division. And it's a division full of patriotic men and women, many of them nonpartisan, who come to this work with the basic belief in this country and in the power that must be checked by government. So what do we mean? What kind of power are we checking? Every day on this job, as I've traveled around the state of New Hampshire, I hear about big agricultural corporations that are screwing family farmers, like the family farm I grew up down the road from. Big health insurers who are charging you more for less. Big health insurers who are rolling up the entire industry, from providers to hospital beds to the prescription drugs that people rely on for their lives. Big tech companies that are using your data, your valuable data, for their own gain. The list goes on. As we look across our consolidated economy, we see that corporate power has reached its apex in industries big and small, from door locks to the defense industrial base. We've always found common ground in this country around the basic idea that just like political power's got to be checked, economic power's got to be checked too. And I'm so grateful to my colleague from Pennsylvania for bringing us together today. What I'd say is our antitrust laws are alive and well, but they could use an update. And I look forward to working with everyone here today and in the days ahead to make that dream a reality, because it's core to the American dream. So with that, I yield back to my friend from Pennsylvania.
Speaker, I thank the gentlelady from New Hampshire. And this corporate power, we feel it in so much of our economy. It's also what we feel that corrupts this place, our nation's capital. We see it with the unlimited money that runs through our elections, unlimited super PAC spending that corporations can dump in to buy the favors they get from politicians. People who we represent, Democrat, Republican, Independent, you name it, they hate this corruption. They see it, they smell it, they know it's crooked. It is why you have pharmacy benefit managers extracting profits on the backs of people's medicine, killing chain pharmacies. It's why you can't even fix your own stuff, that we even have to fight for the right to repair. I mean, what could be more American than the idea that you could fix your own stuff, whether it's a tractor, a car, an ice cream machine, you name it. This right to repair goes to the heart of this. It's why you see housing costs out of control, with Wall Street buying up housing and then buying influence down here. It's also why you see the obscene practice of people getting rich in Congress, trading stock on information they may learn in their job serving the people in Congress. It's corrupt. We ought to end it. I'm proud to yield now to a colleague of mine who gets this fight against corruption, who's organized workers, who leads the Congressional Progressive Caucus. Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Kassar.
Thank you, Mr. DeLuzio. I'm Greg Kassar. I'm proud to represent the heart of Texas in the United States Congress, to chair the Congressional Progressive Caucus. But before all that, I started my career as a labor organizer. And I saw up close how corporate lobbyists and corrupt politicians would trade campaign contributions for corporate tax breaks, and how they would trade lower wages for workers for fatter paychecks for CEOs and their political friends. They thought that working people could do nothing about this. They thought their workers were too divided to push back. But on construction sites, guys who spoke different languages and who came from different places were pissed off, and they were willing to put their differences aside to come together and fight back, stop the corruption, and demand a fair paycheck. We didn't win by going on bended knee and begging big corporations for better treatment. We did it by unifying working people around some central ideas. that Americans deserve a good pay for a full day's work, and that taxpayer dollars are meant for the common good. They are not for corporate welfare. Those ideas brought workers together to win historic wage increases and better benefits in the heart of Texas. And this is what we need today in America. And this is what we need the Democratic Party to be all about. The central goal of the Democratic Party should be to break the unholy alliance between corporate greed and corrupt government. We can't just beg CEOs to please bring down prices. We have to break up the giant monopolies that are screwing over consumers and small businesses alike. We can't just beg big CEOs to say, please be nicer to us. No, we have to get big money out of politics so that the ultra-rich don't have a bigger say in this country than the everyday person. And we cannot just beg corporations to give people a raise. We have to unionize workplaces and pass laws that protect the American worker and the American worker's wages. And to get there, we have to transform the Democratic Party into a party that fights for working people first, no matter what, and into a party that is willing to stand up to the powerful special interests that are screwing over working people. Because if we love our country, we have to be willing to fight for the people who make it work. I yield back to my friend, Mr. DeLuzio.
Thank the gentleman from Texas. You want to respect hard work, you got to respect the people who do that hard work. That's at the core of this, and respecting the labor movement is so central. I'm from Western Pennsylvania, which is sacred ground in that labor movement where people bled for the right to organize. That fight continues. I recognize now a colleague from Oregon who gets this, who understands about the dignity of work and fighting for our people. Gentlelady from Oregon, Ms. Hoyle.
Thank you. I'm Val Hoyle, and I represent the Central and South Coast of Oregon. I'm a proud third-generation union member with a background in sales and international trade, and I came to Congress to fight for working people. My family's path to the middle class was made possible because of the labor movement. My grandfather immigrated from Ireland and worked as a union laborer building bridges. It was hard work in unsafe conditions that are significantly better because of the building trades unions. My father was a firefighter and became president of his union to fight for better wages and safer working conditions. The contract he and his team negotiated while management tried and failed to break his spirit took his members from poverty wages to a family wage job. IAFF Local 789 is still working under that contract 40 years later. I grew up going to union halls and picket lines and with my father fighting to elect pro-worker candidates. So naturally, I became a member of Unite Here Local 26 as a union waitress during the AIDS crisis, where fellow union members had the dignity of health care and death benefits when they needed them because we belonged to a union. And I'm proud to say my son's a Teamster. I understand what's at stake for the working people of this country in my district because it's my story too, and I came to Congress to fight for everyday people to have a fair shot, to live in dignity and make a fair wage while they work hard and provide for their families. That's why I believe in economic populism, which is not just about talking at people. It's about listening to them and truly representing them. The fact is, workers feel left behind and that the two-party system doesn't represent them. Republicans have tied in with billionaires and restricted the rights of workers to organize and have union representation wherever possible. And while they're telling them that their enemy is their neighbor. And too many Democrats show up on a job site seemingly from a sense of noble obligation with wonky academic explanations about why everything's fine, even when everyday Americans can't make ends meet. I had an operating engineer tell me last week that he thinks both parties are pissing on his leg and telling him it's raining. We have to understand that working people do not want a handout. They want a good job and a pathway to the middle class and a comfortable retirement. And those opportunities have slipped away for too many people. When people tell us they're struggling to afford prescription medications, we can't turn around and tell them that they're wrong. We need to listen to them and hold Big Pharma accountable. When people tell us they see government as overly bureaucratic and complex, we can't dismiss that experience and say it's all fine. We need to ensure that taxpayer dollars are spent responsibly So of course addressing waste, fraud, and abuse is important. We also need to make sure our veterans, our seniors, and the most vulnerable among us receive the benefits they've earned and not break government under the guise of efficiency. Democrats are the party that championed and protected things that working people rely on, like the Affordable Care Act, Social Security, stronger unions and workplace protections, the 40-hour work week, overtime pay, public education, and strong consumer protections. However, we need more Democrats whose filter for what they do in Congress is, will this help working people, as opposed to giving lip service in some disconnected way. We should all be fighting hard against corruption and for a real path to the middle class. Young people want to be able to work one job and afford to buy a home and raise a family. And that is not the reality for too many Americans. That's what Democrats should stand for and be working for every day. Our party must embrace economic populism and fight to revive the American dream, standing up for working people and giving them a chance to succeed. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady from Oregon, Mr. Speaker. Tonight, we've heard from members from my side of the party, Democrats from across the country, representing a lot of different districts, but who are all speaking out on ways that we're fighting corruption and the excess of corporate power and the ways the Democratic Party ought to move forward, not for Democrats, but for everyone in this country. I want to thank my colleagues for joining me here today to say loud and clear that things need to change. Economic populism and patriotism ought to be where we go, standing up for our people without apology to revive the American dream. I have the honor of representing a battleground competitive district in Western Pennsylvania. My time here in Congress, I've been dead set on lowering costs, battling corruption, confronting corporate power. That means promoting competition and taking on monopolies, giving small businesses a shot to compete, fighting against these lousy trade deals that stripped communities for parts. It means making more stuff in America, cracking down on junk fees and price gouging, and standing up without apology for the union way of life. These are economic priorities to bring down costs, and they are good policy. The American people support them. We know that. Everybody hates getting ripped off. Everybody hates working hard and yet still not seeing a life that you can succeed in. If you want American capitalism to succeed, you've got to have competition in our economy. And there's a tendency by some in politics to try and please everybody. You should take pride in when the bad guys and the villains who are screwing over your people are your enemy. It means you're doing something right. And I'm sick and tired of folks in Washington or the think tanks or wherever else looking for a win-win when there is a villain hurting our people. If a railroad sends a toxic fireball into the sky over a community, you don't look for a win-win, you fight them for your people. When PBMs are killing pharmacies and jacking up drug costs, you fight them. And sometimes there's a bad guy. There is not a win-win because our way of life is on the line, our safety's at risk. We have to stand up for our people. You don't cower like wimps. You don't go beg for donations from the people hurting yours. The goal is simple and popular here. It's to make life better. Less of a ripoff and to take on the corporate power and corruption that's hurting people. That is the path back to the American dream. This is our vision of economic patriotism and populism. And it's a winning one. It's one that can resonate from the Rust Belt to the Sun Belt and everywhere in between, everywhere in this great country. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your patience and time. I yield down to my time.
The chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, pursuant to the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, 50 United States Code 1701 et sec, I hereby report that I have issued an executive order that takes additional steps with respect to the national emergency declared in Executive Order 13692 of March 8, 2015, blocking property and suspending entry of certain persons contributing to the situation in Venezuela. The Maduro regime's refusal to cooperate with the United States on matters of illegal immigration exacerbates threats to public safety and border security. The activities of the Tren de Aragua gang and transnational criminal organization originated in Venezuela and designated as a foreign terrorist organization and a specially designated global terrorist organization has intensified these threats. Further, the Maduro regime's ongoing destabilizing actions, including its support of illicit activities such as narcotics trafficking, kidnapping, and human trafficking, necessitates further measures to protect United States interests. All of these actions are due in part to the oil revenues that the Maduro regime and its network of criminals and cronies are able to earn. Effective on April 2, 2025, the Secretary of State, in consultation with the Secretary of Treasury, the Secretary of Commerce, the Secretary of Homeland Security, and United States Trade Representative, is authorized to determine whether a tariff of 25% will be imposed on goods from any country that imports Venezuelan oil. Once imposed at the Secretary of State's discretion, the tariff shall remain in effect for a period of 1 year after the last day a country imports Venezuelan oil, or at an earlier date if the Secretary of Commerce, in consultation with other relevant heads of executive departments and agencies, determines it's appropriate. To encourage full accountability for these actions, I have directed the Secretary of State and the Secretary of Commerce to submit periodic reports to me within 180 days of the date of this order, and no less than every 180 days thereafter, assessing the effectiveness of the tariffs described in this order and the ongoing conduct of the Maduro regime. My administration will continue to consult with the Congress on our efforts to address the ongoing problems in Venezuela that undermine United States interests, and look forward to working on these issues together. I'm enclosing a copy of the executive order I have issued. Signed, Donald J. Trump, the White House, March 25, 2025.
Referred to the Committees on Foreign Affairs and Ways and Means and ordered printed. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3, 2025, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. This one's going to be a little thick. So, all right, put on your economics hats and let's have a ride here. On Friday, the Congressional Budget Office responded to a request I made in my capacity as chairman of the Joint Economic Committee. And what I was trying to get was an answer of, were my projections, actually the economists' projections from the Joint Economic Committee, were they correct? Because you got to understand, there's actually a weird little battle going on here between the Senate and those of us in the House and those of us on Ways and Means. A number of our brothers and sisters over in this House of Lords have decided that, hey, we have current tax policy from 2017, TCJA, the tax reform, which I was on the committee. I was one of the people that helped author that. But they expire at the end of this year. And they want to play this game of saying, hey, we're just going to pretend that there's no cost, that the law is not the law, the policy is the law. So this is when you hear people say, current policy baseline, just do it. And we've been trying to do the math of saying, all right, Congressional Budget Office, a couple months ago, you actually did a projection saying that if we want to maximize economic growth over the next 10 years, what you do is you extend those tax cuts, but you pay for them. And the basic idea of that is by paying for them, you don't have government gobbling up the capital stack that's used to finance growth, to finance business, finance when you want to buy a truck or a new home or your business wants to expand. So we got an updated letter from the Congressional Budget Office. And apparently it didn't make me particularly popular with a few people, which that actually provides me a perverse joy. But if you read it, in the 30-year window, it looks like if we do all this without an attempt to pay for, if we drive up interest rates by 1%, in the 30-year window, it looks like you break CBO's budgetary model because you hit 250% of debt to GDP. And if I'm reading one of the paragraphs here correctly, they're basically saying, hey, our computer model doesn't go beyond 250%. But the point is, you have a government that here's our baseline. Let's see if I can make this make sense. At the end of this fiscal year, $37 trillion, $200 billion is going to be the country's debt. Over the next 10 years, we're expected to borrow an additional $22 trillion. On top of that, if you play with these folks that say we don't really need to pay for things, just keep it going, that's about another $5.5 billion, probably another 5.5 trillion, another 1.3 trillion in interest. And then if we were to be able to make the president's wish list without finding offsets or modernizations, and I'm going to walk through a whole series of things where it's not cuts, it's modernization, legalizing the technology, it disrupts the cost, that makes our society better, happier, more efficient. But if you were to do all those things without an attempt to pay for them, without an attempt to adopt policy to modernize the way we deliver services, the previous 240 years, we borrowed about $28 trillion from the public. That's investors around the world, from your pension system, from everything. It would mean over the next 10 years, we pretty much double. So 240 years, we're going to double it, or come close to doubling it in the next 10 years. That is the perversity of what you have going on around here. Yet the people coming behind these microphones keep having a wish list and want more stuff and more stuff and more stuff. The people walking through our hallways here are in our offices demanding more stuff. They either want more carve-outs in the tax code, they want barriers to entry to their competition, or they just want another check. And I'm going to walk you through just how dangerous a game we're playing right now. Because when you look at these charts, and this is online, just go on CBO from last Friday and read it for yourself. It's not a hard read. Why are my brothers and sisters so terrified to tell the truth to the public? You have a country that, and I'm going to show the charts, that in about 7.5 years, we have more deaths than births. You have a country that when we get out of the extraordinary measures, remember right now we're borrowing from our different funds because we're up against the debt ceiling. We may be borrowing almost $70,000 every second of every day. For those of you who turn to me and say, David, I demand you balance the budget, I can do it tomorrow. Let's see, if I use the 2024 numbers, for every dollar we took in tax collections, we spent $1.39. Tell me the 39 cents of government you want me to cut. And their problem with that math is when you look at the charts, do you see what's in blue? That's everything a member of Congress gets to vote on, defense and non-defense. Your only problem is it's 26% of the spending. So if you ask a member of Congress right now, balance the budget, we can do it. We can do it. Got to get rid of all defense, all non-defense discretionary. That's basically the Park Service, the EPA, all the agencies. And then tell me what portion, because you got to pay your interest, or you blow up the world economy. Tell me what portion of Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, the other things you want to hack away at. The reality of it is, in this fiscal year, our projection is up till the recent, now we're starting to downgrade our growth, is for every dollar we take in tax collections, we're going to spend functionally $1.36. Do you understand how screwed, actually it's a technical economic term, how screwed we are when we don't tell the truth about the math? And it is not fixable, but it is possible to stabilize. We can stabilize this. We just have to think and do things that are hard. And so often around here, the thinking part is complex and it's hard. And we have to go home and tell our constituents the truth about math. But remember, the math will win. So how many of you have heard about, hey, we have people out protesting. They're terrified there's going to be cuts. Okay, let's actually have a moment of truth about math. This was baseline. Over the next 10 years, we were going to spend $86 trillion. Next 10 years, CBO baseline, we're going to spend $86 trillion. The reconciliation budget had what, 1.3 trillion in cuts, and if we got lucky and did everything, you might get to 2. So we're talking about 2 trillion of cuts over 10 years on 86 trillion of spending. That's what the left over here is losing their minds over because they need something. You know, they've lost the working middle class. They've lost so much of American voters no longer trust them because they've spent decades, not telling them the truth about the math. Look, and it's not hard. Except the problem is 30% of that's borrowed. 30% of that's borrowed. And people are losing their mind that we're trying to cut $2 trillion on 86 trillion of spending. That's what this place has become. This place has become a clown show of math. Sorry, I hope not to hit you with those. Once again, I need to disclose, I've had a stunning amount of coffee today, so forgive me if I'm a bit cranky. We were trying to do projections of what our interest coverage would be this year. Now remember, let's see if I can make this make sense. How many of you saw just, what was that, Thursday, Friday, the Federal Reserve actually lowered economic growth for this year and function for the next 3 years? They lowered us down to 1.7, I think. Just that lowering, if you do the math on the back of an envelope, it's not that hard. It's just a little less than $200 billion of loss of tax receipts. If you plug that into our committed spending, it basically means what we're going to have to borrow. You may have interest this year of 1.1 trillion and a borrow this year when the economy is fairly good of 2.2 trillion. One of my folks has a number, it's up to 2.3, but let's stick with the 2.2 trillion of borrowing in a year when the economy is good. So think about this. We're functionally going to spend about $7 trillion this fiscal year. We're going to take in about $5 trillion. And this isn't a time when the economy is good. We're not in a pandemic, we're not in a war, we're not in a recession. And understand, when you take some of these charts of interest exposure into the future, there's one of my charts that shows in 9 budget years, interest, just interest, is over $2 trillion a year. Just interest. Why aren't we running around terrified here? I mean, if you care about your retirement, or someone that's crazy like my wife and I, we're older parents. I have a 2.5-year-old and a 9-year-old. You do realize for my 2.5-year-old, when he turns like 24, 23, 25, every tax in the United States has to have been doubled just to maintain baseline services. This is the morality of this place. And look, the last slide I'm going to pound on just, it's called interest fragility. We had Ray Dalio in one of our offices, and those of you who don't know him, please look him up. You know, Bridgewater's CEO, founder. I think he's now stepped down from that, but the biggest hedge fund in America, happens to have 50 years of being one of the hyper experts on interest rate markets and debt markets, saying, you guys are screwed. You guys have a real interesting problem. The United States and other countries are binging on debt. The United States borrows about 40% of all the world capital that goes into sovereign loans. His argument is, your problem is there's not enough savings in the world. We are consuming more money, us, China, Europe. Now Germany's going into the debt markets as they're raising their spending caps. What happens in a world when there's a shortage of borrowable money? Remember, every day when we borrow, $6 billion a day, functionally, that debt has to be sold. Most of it's actually financed domestically. You know, it's in this pension, it's in this bank, it's this, and then foreigners, except the foreigners have been lowering their U.S. debt because they're having to finance their own governments. And you start to look at our interest payments, and there's this concept called a term premium. When we make the bond markets nervous, we pay higher interest rates. So the clown show it will go around and say, well, let's just not pay our debts. Hey, we're up against the debt ceiling. Let's just not raise it. Okay. Yeah, fine. I mean, I enjoy your decade of world depression because when you collapse the U.S. currency, you also collapse the world. Stability is our goal. Stability is how you minimize interest rates. And if you're financing 37 trillion and another 22 trillion plus whatever else we're going to stack on top of that over the next decade, you really want the debt markets to think we're acting like adults. Because in many ways, when you look at these charts and you see about our interest coverage and how fragile we are, the bond market basically may be the greatest influence on this government. Though, how many people have you seen come behind these microphones ever talk about debt? And yet, the one thing we're not allowed to tell our voters, our public, our staff, each other, is the truth. What drives debt? Over the next 10 years, almost 100% of U.S. sovereign debt issue will be to cover interest and Medicare. In let's call it 8 years, the Social Security Trust Fund is empty. And that first year, we have to make a decision. Are we going to let poverty of seniors double when they get a 21% cut in their checks? Or how much are we going to raise taxes? Are we actually going to do something complex, fix the system and make all the adjustments and those things? Except the moment you actually talk about saving Social Security, they have a consultant on their side, on the Democrat side, writing an attack ad because they care so much more about winning the next election than the morality of not doubling senior poverty. And the brain trust that runs around says, oh, just raise the cap. Okay. Except you just covered 38% of the shortfall. What do you want to do with the rest? 38% of the shortfall is our math, meaning that first year, so if the trust fund of Social Security is empty on 2033, 2034, the full year, 608 billion was our estimate on that first year. Think about that. Think about that scale. And then you hold up a chart like this. This is CBO's number of the next 30 years. Non-defense and defense discretionary actually have a positive balance, meaning they grow slower than tax receipts. Medicare, Social Security create 124 trillion of debt during that 30 years. It's not Democrat, it's not Republican, it's just demographics. We have a saying in our office, debt, deficits, and demographics. Deal with the facts, deal with the math, tell the truth. Except this place has been so busy spinning stories. As we were listening to Democrats a few minutes ago tell stories. Oh, we got to have there's an enemy out there. No. These things we can fix it. We can stabilize it. But somebody cares so much more about winning the next election. And you look at the next 10 years, is the point I'm trying to make, is, okay, here's the growth. 24% of the growth in spending over the next 10 years is interest. 31% of the growth of spending over the next 10 years is Social Security and disability. 28% of the growth of spending over the next 10 years is Medicare. Other mandatory and discretionary grows about 13%, but a portion of that is actually, you think, defense and other things in that. The fact of the matter is your government is an insurance company with an army. And now, the other part that makes doing the math so incredibly difficult. Every year, there are fewer workers or working age people to support our older population. This really seems to upset people, but understand, look at our fertility, look at our demographic charts, go back to 1990, the year we started to roll over. There's a data set out there, I don't believe it yet, I haven't had the chance to try to prove it, saying even last year we may have had more deaths than births. Okay, you want us to finance pay-as-you-go systems, which is Social Security and Medicare, at a time when we have a shortage of young people. There's a way to make it work. Are you going to allow people like me, to people who are here willing to think, to refine the process, to modernize? Look, we'll try to touch on this if I have time. Here's the MedPAC report from last week. A whole bunch of apparently really smart people examined Medicare and and walked up and down through the growth in spending and what we could do to modernize it and use technology to stabilize the prices. On some things, particularly on Medicare Advantage, they have hundreds of billions of dollars in here that wouldn't require cutting any service, any access to health care. It's just using technology and modernizing. But you got to understand, when we start to look at a chart like this, we're functionally here at, let's call it 2024. We have 2.9 people working, or excuse me, 2.9 in the population. There's another chart that's going to scare you even more. For every one person receiving benefits. And then you see, it gets down to 2 people in society. I'm going to bounce around just a little bit on some of these. When you actually look at the Social Security trustees' data, something's happening out there where some of these numbers may be much worse than we expected. Because it turns out people actually are taking retirement earlier than we expected. Meaning the participation in the labor force is actually starting to get soft on the high-skilled populations, higher-income populations. We actually now, this one, we had a debate how upset this would make people. So here we are. We're going to start the 2026 budget year. We're actually supposed to be working on that budget. Without immigration, working-age people will start to disappear from the labor force. And you go, huh? Huh? Basically, 2026 is the last year where the age population is functionally stable. Then the next year, you start to actually fall in your number of working age people in the population. It's demographics. It's not Republican or Democrat, it's just math. One more chart of this, and then I'm going to give you the one that scares me the most. This is Social Security and disability benefits. Here we functionally are, let's get about where we are. So right now, if you add both those programs together, you have 2.67 workers for every beneficiary. At one point, it gets all the way down to just a little over 2 people working for every beneficiary. But if you actually do the big chart, how many people are actually in the labor force compared to how many people receiving benefits? And remember, I'm not talking about changing people's benefits. I'm talking about dealing with the reality of our demographics and ways we can differ, particularly when we start talking about health care. But let's take a look at 2023. We functionally, for every 100 people receiving benefits, we functionally had, for every 100 people we had working in America, we probably had 36, 37 people receiving benefits. Because remember, the whole concept of labor force participation. I've done presentations here about functioning the 7 million was my old number of prime-age males that are missing from the labor force. What do we do as a society to make it possible to encourage our brothers and sisters who are not working to actually get into the labor force? And yet my colleagues on the left, oh, you're going to have work requirements. You can't do that. If you don't do it, tell me how I make these numbers actually work. So that's some of the miserable stuff. Let's actually sort of walk through, how do I make it work? Okay, I've come here and done a presentation showing that if this is our demographics, we're going to have to be willing to have a brutally honest conversation. Let me walk through a concept. Back in the 70s and 80s, what was the world conflict? It was for hydrocarbons, oil. Previous decade, much of the world conflicts were rare earths. I will argue we're in the decade right now. The conflict is for smart people, people with skill sets. Yet the United States has barely shown up for the battle. When you hear President Trump talk about the insanity that we educate people, we send them home to compete with us, the president's absolutely right. We have a whole presentation we've done here showing a talent-based, a STEM-based immigration system turns out to be remarkably beneficial for tax receipts, for economic growth, and for prosperity. Turns out you need that as one of an entire unified theory of things to do. But I want to walk through just a handful of quirky things. So when you hear people talk about DOGE and how much upset they are, one of the primary things that's being discussed is the United States has a handful of huge databases. The problem is they don't talk to each other. So you saw the story last week of, hey, we just looked at some of the Social Security death files. Oldest person in America is, what, 114 years old? So we took people over 114 years old and then wondered how they were getting loans at the Small Business Administration. And forgive my math, I'm doing this from memory from last week. It was like 3,300 people who are over 114 years old got SBA loans. $300 million of loans. Can you believe not a dollar's been paid back? If you actually start to have your data talk to each other, what would happen if it's a way to eliminate waste and fraud without an army of lawyers, without an army of auditors, without an army of bureaucracy? It turns out it's technology. Is that really that scary? Government already has the data. Why can't they bounce against each other saying, hey, this person's on the death file. Maybe they're not actually applying for a Small Business Administration loan. Yet, you see some of our Democrat colleagues, oh, waste and fraud, it doesn't really exist except for the billions of dollars we're identifying. So, let's walk through a couple other frustrating things. $42.5 billion provided for the Broadband Equity Access and Deployment Program. Okay, now stick with me on this one. We have spent over $42.5 billion to get broadband to communities. Not a single community, not a single house has been connected to that broadband. But we spent $42 billion doing it. Between Christmas and New Year's, I took my little girl and we went out and hung out on the Navajo Reservation. If you're not from the Southwest, Navajo Reservation is immense. It's bigger than some states. And we chased around and we met with a number of people who said they were tired. They were tired of waiting, and they were going to wait another decade to get that wire, that fiber, whatever it was, to their chapter house, to their community, so they could have broadband. So they were doing something crazy. They were running down, ordering a satellite dish and 48 hours later they had broadband. And then they were sharing it with Wi-Fi repeaters, and for a few $100s, they were fixing something that was going to take another decade and how many hundreds of millions of dollars. Think about adopting technology. Is the morality that we want to spend lots of money to actually subsidize these people who should be running wire? Or do we actually want these communities to be able to have telehealth, teleschools, telemonitoring of their lives to help them? Adopt the technology. Make it so you can actually use it, saying, we're never going to get that damn wire out to our rural community. Put up a satellite dish. Why does this scare people? It's because there's no good lobbyists running around here saying, hey, have you ever thought about doing this? It's archaic what we do. Another example, millions of taxpayers call the IRS for help. 2/3 don't get their phone answered. So think of this. The auditors of the IRS last year put out a report that only like 31% of the phone calls were getting answered at the IRS. So you're trying to fill out your tax forms. You're trying to give government money. And you call and call and call and call and call, and you can't get the phone answered. So what would happen? And so there was a little pilot program done, an experiment. Let's actually do a chat, like a chat GPT, that picks up the phone 24 hours a day, will stay on the phone as long as you need, will actually help you fill out your tax forms, will actually email you or text you the PDF of the form, maybe even send you the YouTube video on how to fill out the form. Why does this scare the hell out of I know, it's because the IRS is the second most unionized bureaucracy in the federal government. Turns out the union loses its mind when you talk about using technology to take care of the American people. Wouldn't you like to pick up the phone and call, whether it be the Social Security Administration, the IRS, and get your phone answered? How do I get my brothers and sisters here to help us adopt this technology? Look, and I have a handful of articles here using AI to functionally crash parts of the cost of delivering health care. Here's one about, actually making the environment much cleaner, much faster, much cheaper, and actually identifying bad acts with almost no bureaucracy. The ability to fix our logistics. We live in a time of miracles, and you actually start to look, and when we start to say, just our baseline, just a couple of the pieces of legislation we have, we think we can get $100 billion a year just using technology in healthcare. How about another 150 billion? It's going to actually step into supply chains and these others. The adoption of technology, we can crash parts of the price of this government. Is that a cut? Is that a chainsaw? It's just doing things that aren't scary. Mr. Chairman, the last one I'll talk about is in the MedPAC report. The majority of Medicare recipients in America now use Medicare Advantage. For those of us in the Scottsdale, Phoenix area, we actually have a much higher penetration. According to the report, and even when you do the adjustment of the portion of the population, it only takes the Medicare Part A, which is the hospital portion, which is the trust fund, which also runs out in like 12, 13 years. It's 20% more expensive than fee-for-service. If you take it back to the fact that when Medicare Advantage was designed, it was supposed to come in at 95% of fee-for-service. Do that delta, that's approaching $100 billion a year. How about if, Mr. Speaker, we got together, and we've been working on this for months and months and months, said, hey, we need to align the incentives with the insurance providers, with the health care providers, with the person receiving the benefits, saying, how about if you make your profit by helping your population be healthier? a capitated model or something of that nature, which actually I think the capitated model makes most sense, is here's our cost, and we make more money by helping our population be healthier than what's happening today, according to this report, saying we sign you up and then we spend lots of time and resources to score you as sicker and sicker and sicker because we get spiffs the sicker we score you. Is that a cut? I would actually, in today's world, when we know diabetes is 31% of all Medicare spending, let's get the incentives aligned so it cuts the cost, cuts the debt, but you end up with a healthier country. There are solutions here. The problem is it requires doing difficult things and thinking. I beg my brothers and sisters, let's go do the hard stuff. And if you have ideas, bring them to us. We're working our hearts out right now on everything from technology to audit the Pentagon, because we just had, our 8th or 9th year where the Pentagon was unauditable. Trying to design a talent-based immigration system that maximizes economic growth and tax receipts for the country. How about a saving Medicare Advantage for everyone that loves it, but in a way where it also maybe provides hundreds of billions of dollars of savings? We can do this. We can do this. We just have to do hard things. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to yield back to you.
The gentleman yields. Does the gentleman have a motion?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move that the House stand adjourned.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning for 1 hour debate, or for morning hour debate.